let me ask you a couple other questions about the protests themselves. I mean, I don't know if you were actually there or even boots on the ground. I mean, you're over in Long Island, I'm sure, but I didn't know if you ever got to the city when all this was going on. Either way, Giuliani had said, and I've said this for the better part of a week. The idea, the practice when there were these kinds of situations back when he was the mayor was that if the first person threw a Molotov cocktail, he got arrested. If the second person was caught spray painting a police car, he was arrested. If the third person was caught throwing a rock, they were arrested. And eventually, the bad apples would be behind bars, and then you'd get your peaceful protest. I mean, it seemed like you had just said, the real kid gloves were on, and then chaos ensued.
And that is exactly what happened. Like I said, they sent the message out that it was okay to to riot and to loot and to vandalize, and it was okay for that criminality to come out. But you have to understand, New York State as a whole has gone down this path for a while now. When they passed the Bail Reform Act, where low-level crimes you can't incarcerate now for low-level crimes.
Right.
You make the arrest, you give the guy an appearance ticket, and the cop is still in the station doing the paperwork, and the guy's already out in the field doing another crime. That's how come you have these horrific stories of someone that's committed, 19, 20 crimes in 3 days,
right.
And he's been arrested 8 times.
It's ridiculous. Again, we're talking to Manny Villar. We appreciate his time. We're running short on it ourselves, and I got a couple minutes. I want to throw a couple more police-related questions at you. Listen, when you were first starting out as an academy cadet, I mean, you were taught to fight to win, right? You had to make sure you subdued the person that was in front of you that was potentially causing harm. Pretty much all means necessary because the public risk is at stake. So, I mean, are you on board with some of the limitations that police will now probably have to go through? No chokeholds, some of the other things. Moving forward, you think these sort of limitations on the police and how they can act are a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, first, and let me go right to the heart of everything that started here. The incident with George Floyd. There is not a police officer in the world that will defend what occurred. I mean, my condolences and sympathies are with the family of Mr. Floyd. Derek Chauvin, I think is the guy's name.
Mm-hmm.
It's common. This is common sense 101. So, you only need to exert as much force as necessary to terminate the unlawful activity.
Right.
And at that point, once the guy's subdued, he's subdued. This guy should face the full wrath of the law.
Right.
But at the same time, all the facts and everything has to come out, and everything that's involved there has to be involved. Has to evolve, and everybody's entitled to their due process. But I don't know anybody that would condone that. As far as a lot of what they're talking, meaningful reform, this is lunacy.
Mm.
It's absolute lunacy. There are roughly 385 million police-to-citizen contacts. Of that, 11 million result in arrest. There's 50,000 assaults on police officers, 15,000 of which, 16,000 of which, are used with deadly physical force and a deadly weapon. Almost 15, equally, almost as many police officers are seriously injured. And we have, a couple hundred police officers every year that die by gun violence alone.
Right.
Well, in totality, when you look at it, there's roughly 1,000 fatalities a year, police-related fatalities, where the police are involved and someone dies. And we all have to understand, we have a criminal justice process. That process is if there's fatality, for anybody, it's the same for everybody, cops included. If there's fatality, it goes to a grand jury. The thing we have to remember about a grand jury is there's an old adage: you can indict a ham sandwich.
Right.
So it's easy to get an indictment. So getting an indictment from a grand jury, all that means is there's some credible evidence. But If you go to grand jury and you can't indict that ham sandwich, then you know beyond a question of a doubt there is nothing there, absolutely nothing there. And in the majority, in the majority of these cases, from Eric Garner right on down, there was never an indictment. And there was an indictment not because the DAs are corrupt, and not because, I mean, especially in the city of New York, where everybody leans very anti-police to begin with, the DAs there. It's because the evidence did not substantiate that there was criminal conduct by the police officers. So a lot of what's being proposed is already part of policies and procedures. Now, we have to remember, and this is an important part to remember, we can't view locally our police based on what goes on 1,000 miles away in another state.
Right.
When we look at Minneapolis, the Democrat majority, as this case is what it is, has been in power in that city since the 1930s. If there's a problem with their police department and their policies and their procedures, the city council and that wacky city council president that gets on and is talking about defunding her police and abolishing the police and everything else,
Right.
she should get in front of a mirror, because if she really wants to know where there's a problem,
Right there.
she should get in the mirror and look at herself, because
I agree.
she's the problem.
Manny, listen, I could talk to you for hours, but I got to go. Top of the hour dictates that, buddy. Thank you. Let's do this again real soon, man.
Absolutely. Anytime.
All right, pal. I appreciate it. Manny Villar up in Albany, the president of the PBA in Long Island. Got to take a break. Top of the hour here. We'll come back. Author Matthew Horrace, The Black and the Blue, joins us next. Stick around.
WJJF Montauk.
All right, everybody, we're back. You're listening to 94.9 News Now and Stimulating Talk, as always, broadcasting out over Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Long Island. Super special guest now joining me as we start to really ramp this thing up here in the studio. In the studio with me right now, Special Agent, retired, Stephen Woods, and to his left, also Special Agent, Bruce Flax. You are a special agent. You're like a Special K agent.
Yeah. I'm just special.
Yeah, you're special. And I appreciate you guys both taking part in this conversation about race and police. And that brings us to our featured guest here during this early part of this segment, the author of the book, The Black and the Blue, Matthew Horrace. And we talked to him last time we did this. He's a fascinating fellow. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Well, I'm doing well. I just heard that your book, The Black and the Blue, is the 43rd most influential book when we're talking about race and police work in the entire country, bestseller. So
One of
43.
the top 43.
Could be number one.
Absolutely.
One of 43. So yeah, 43 is a weird number to choose, though.
Got to be careful about labels, but that's a pretty good label.
So
You better believe it. Man.
So Matthew, let's start with you, if you don't mind, just so folks can kind of get a better idea of who they're listening to here this half hour. Give me a little background on you as far as a police officer.
Right. Well, I was a local police officer in Arlington, Virginia, back in the mid '80s, prior to becoming a Fed. I grew up in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and as a backdrop for experience in the book, when I was a student, matriculating student athlete, I was attacked by a Philadelphia police canine officer. So growing up in Philly, I had a chance to, be around a strong cop culture, right, albeit good or bad. And I sort of brought those experiences into the profession as a state local and as a Fed. And when I retired from the Department of Justice in 2012, I started doing media appearances and analysis for security and law enforcement. And I sort of leveraged that experience in the writing of a book back during the 2017-2018 period, in that first initial wave of shootings that we were seeing on video.
All right, that was the main reason why to do this book. Was it to bring everybody together, or was it just to sort of go over your experiences?
Well, it was really a collective goal. Number one, to give the public a little bit more understanding about things that we deal with in policing, like use of force continuum, how we go from hands-on to pulling our guns to firing our guns.
Right.
But also to educate the police in terms of public perception and why the public feels the way that they do. And if you think about this, it's almost prophetic. Wrote the book in 2017, it came out in 2018, and here we are today, still talking about it in a meaningful way. Now more people are engaged and involved than ever. So my goals were several.
All right, so I want to ask you a couple of basic questions, and Steve, if you want to jump in on this, I mean, if you don't mind, just so we can get that second voice that people may hear. I know you are retired. I don't know how much information you want to give about what you've done in the past, but can you give a little once over about you?
Well, I'd love to share my experience with Matt. I'm a Midwestern boy.
Yeah.
Transferred out to New England 75 years ago. Matt became my mentor in the Providence office of the agency that we worked for at that time.
Okay.
My eyes were wide open. What a different experience this was out here. And thank God for Matt's patience, leadership, experience. Taught me everything I needed to know. Most importantly, taught me how to think for myself, judge situations, get out of it safely. And for that, I own the world.
Okay. That's good. So listen.
Wow.
Wow, that's pretty good. I was going to get the applause sort of sound effect, but I'll save that for later. So a lot of the conversation nowadays when it comes to cops, let me just throw a couple of just sort of basic stuff, and maybe you guys can bounce it around and teach us some stuff here today. Police officers racially profile.
Of course.
Can you explain that?
Well, what we say in the book and what we've learned is that we bring our biases into the workforce, into our lives. And it's not just policing, it's all of the workforces, right? And, understanding, having some cultural competence, kind of understanding how your biases manifest themselves in the way you communicate to people and treat people is a part of growing and being a better person and a better police officer. So you match that with the data we look at. Like if the data says that if a car looks a certain way, or if it does certain things, or if the driver does certain things, they may be, they may have drugs or guns or whatever. So you put all these things into a big circle, and then, it boils down to perception, at least, of profiling. Now, in the security space and law enforcement, I like to use the term, we look at behaviors, not people, right? So it's a combination of understanding the behaviors of people, but then also understanding, inclinations and those sort of things. So profiling happens. I've been profiled. I've been profiled as a police officer in my own personal car. I mean, and then when you ask the question about why were you stopped, a police officer gives you an answer, you're like, well, that's not accurate, So it does happen. And I'm not saying it happens every day with every cop, but it does happen.
You want to weigh on that?
Absolutely agree with it. There is no doubt, but we're trained to do that.
Right.
What doesn't fit? See something, say something. We can have a macro discussion about how we've designed the security apparatus in our country, but we need to have a micro analysis of how we treat each other within that larger context. What we see, what we do, what our expectations are of our law enforcement. We have too many expectations of our law enforcement. But the whole idea is acting within policy and within the Constitution in those micro interactions between law enforcement and citizen. And we got to bring those skill sets and all of our observation abilities and get in and out as safely and efficiently and as constitutionally as possible. And are there failures? Absolutely. But we're human beings, and we're paid to be in those situations.
Do you get? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Steve brings up a great point. One of the things we talk about in the Black and the Blue is the fact that law enforcement officers are put in a position to do things that sometimes maybe they shouldn't be. And I'll give you an example of that. 1 out of every 4 police killings in the United States involving a firearm involves someone who's mentally ill. Well, there's not a police officer that I've ever met in almost 30 years that's been trained to evaluate whether someone is manic, depressive, schizophrenic, or has bipolar disorder. So when you get that call and you get to a corner and someone is wearing cowboy boots and they're nude, right, and they have 2 swords in their hand, we are not equipped or prepared to handle that person.
Right.
The only thing we're equipped to prepare to is to tell them to drop the swords, and if they don't, then we're going to escalate use of force, and many times it ends up with people dead that might not otherwise have to be dead.
Well, how would you? Okay, so that was going to be actually my next question. Are you guys adequately trained in all aspects? And I guess the answer to that would be no.
No. Well, we aren't adequately trained in all aspects, but we're the ones who are called by society whenever there's a problem that
Right.
people can't or won't deal with. So we're put in that position.
Right, no fault of your own. What I'm saying is that maybe the police academies should do a more maybe extensive training, or no?
Well, You can have all the training in the world,
Yeah.
but without the experience
Yeah.
and without the ability to fluidly work through any circumstance, and that only comes with experience, then you're handicapped. You're at a disadvantage. You could go to a door, you can knock on the door, you have no idea what's on the other side of the door, but you have to go, "Hi, I'm Steve, this is who I am, this is what I'm about. Do you mind putting down the fire poker?"
Right. Right.
And we're asking people, we're put in a position when we're talking to people that have serious mental illness, for instance, to respond to commands that they don't hear. And then we kill them, and then we say they didn't follow our commands. And, you know, a great example of this is when you have mental health people and they speak to people in a different way, and they say, hey, Mr. Horrace, are you taking medication? And you say, yes. And they say, you know, did you take your medication today? And they say, no. and then you say, well, what are you taking? And they tell you. And then a mental health professional understands what kind of behaviors to expect from this person if they're supposed to be taking their meds and they don't. We don't understand that. We have no idea. Our issue is public safety and personal safety.
Go. I'm sorry. You go.
Every time we have a national issue like this pop up, I feel like we fall into the same ruts of the discussions about how tough law enforcement's job is, how society is, expectations, things like what should officers have done in the situation, quarterbacking Monday morning.
Right.
I'm fortunate enough to have a lot of friends all around the world, and people from Corrientes, Argentina are listening to us right now. What happens here in the United States has international implications. People are paying attention to how we're addressing this. And if we never move the conversation forward, then I don't think we're setting a good example for our children or anybody else around the world. And the world is lost on our culture here, our police culture, our political culture, our civil culture about how we treat each other.
Right.
And Matt asked me the other day, what's the staying power? What's going on in society right now that we're still talking about Floyd and we're still protesting? And the thing that immediately came to my mind is, well, I can't remain aloof anymore. I can't simply say, and I happen to believe this, the statistics don't bear out incidents, these constitutional violations, these murders, these assaults of the system on non-whites are statistically insignificant. But in all things important, love, compassion, empathy, civility, constitutionality, the way we treat each other as Americans, they carry the weight of the world. And if we don't address it, then we're at severe risk of damaging our democracy irrevocably.
So, are you saying that folks of color are treated differently during some of these altercations than folks, other folks, white folks?
It's my opinion that I don't like the terms that the left or the right come up with to describe things. Your earlier segment about Black history.
Mm-hmm.
People are offended that you call it Black history.
Right.
Call it slave history. Call it something else. Who cares? But study it.
Okay.
Call it rioting against the Black community in the United States. Mm-hmm. We put labels on these things. Absolutely, groups are treated differently in within the United States for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the numbers that we always hear, and essentially it boils down to almost to the point where Black men are being hunted by police officers, or there's a target on their back constantly. Would you even remotely agree with any of that?
No, I don't disagree they're being hunted by the system. But I certainly believe that I don't like the term white privilege. Somebody else came up, but that's not my term.
Right.
However, I know when I walk down the street, I'm a gregarious Midwestern guy, there's nobody harder to talk to than a standoffish white New Englander. So when I do that, I put them off.
Right.
However, when I go up to a Latino and hola, buen dia, immediately it's like, oh my God, they're interested in my culture.
Right.
And then the world falls down. If I go up to an African American, or it really doesn't matter, an African, a Caribbean
Right.
black person, and I say, "Excuse me, can I please have directions?" And I can immediately see a change in attitude from defensiveness to "I can help." Absolutely, there are different experiences by different racial groups here in the United States experienced at the hands of white people.
Well, that's why, by and large, I think when you see people galvanizing around this issue, I can tell you, and I said this in answer to an interview the other day, working on the police department, you see where people get treated differently just by where they live. And some of the things I've seen officers do and act and say to minority citizens, you would never, ever see happen in a white community. And you know it's really bad when the same officers are assigned different beats and they adjust their behavior to respond to people differently in different communities. So, and I was looking on Facebook yesterday, some of my colleagues, and there were some posts about to your question about hunting season. There was some posts about, hey, we were working this area the other day, and it was almost a target-rich environment. Well, that's the way we communicate a lot of times, and it's probably inappropriate. But now you also see departments enforcing social media policies on officers, on off-work time. It's just those things you say. Words matter.
Well, what can be done? I mean, a very strict enforcement of a code of ethics, if you will, or any even hints of racial inequities in Facebook, social media posts, in your questionnaire when you sit these guys down. This guy had 17, 18, 19 prior offenses. Sure. I mean, like a zero tolerance policy would probably go a long way, wouldn't it?
Well, this is what I would recommend, and I've said this repeatedly. We need to rethink how we recruit, how we hire, how we train, and our accountability measures in departments. I saw the police chief from Minneapolis the other day saying they're going to institute an early warning season, early warning system. Well, too late. Dude, this guy had 18 concerns over 27 years. Early warning, you missed your opportunity. So until we start holding people accountable, right? Until we start ensuring that people get the proper training, until we start having in what I believe should be a national standard for hiring police officers, until we raise the academic requirements and the age for people to do this job, I think we're going to see the same problems. But the other thing we don't do is we don't evaluate people while they're on the job. You get one background investigation, you get one psychological test, you do one interview, and then you're on. And then you're expected to deal with society's worst evils, and you're supposed to somehow become a better person. In many cases, people are becoming worse people. And, we always say, you can legislate behavior, but you can't legislate hearts. You can't teach people compassion, but you can teach people how to be self-aware and culturally competent.
Bruce?
Yeah, Matt and Steve, I have a question for you guys. Do you think it's a union issue at all, that the union is protecting the officers who are, like this guy who had 17 or 18 incidents? Is the union fighting for him?
When the system asks, when people ask for systemic change, that is certainly one of the issues. These cities with dominant political structures that have been in charge for 75, 80 years, and they arrange sweetheart deals with the different unions. And as part of that, they have job security codices within the union agreements that keep bad apples in and keep them protected. Systemic change would change that. Mm-hmm. So the groups that are benefiting from these sweetheart union deals need to be careful what they ask for.
Oh, I agree. I mean, look, I've been in private industry now since 2012, right? And it amazes me because police departments are a business, and they're run by a business, in most cases, government. You look at what happened with the Amy Cooper incident in New York a couple of weeks ago. Her company fired her as soon as they realized it was going to have an impact on their bottom line, right? And they knew they were going to get a lot of backlash. Now, I'm not going to give my opinion as to whether she should have been fired or shouldn't have, but her company is in the business of earning. And when they realized she was going to impact their earning potential, they got rid of her. How can you be on a police department, have 28 violations for use of force, and still have a job? I think that the unions are in the way. They're put in a position where they have to defend everything. And, you look at the union guy in Minneapolis, he's been silent. Of course, I think it's probably a good thing that he's silent right now. But so is the message, anything less than a death, we support you? And in some cases, when there is a death, we support you.
Hey,
I
Matt,
just think we have to rethink it.
Matt, our peers over in Rhode Island shared with me the other day with the Rhode Island Bill of Rights for the police. If that event would have happened in Rhode Island, the officer would have been suspended with pay.
Right.
And probably cleared eventually.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how heavy the Bill of Rights are in Rhode Island.
A couple folks are asking. By the way, we have Steve Wood, special agent, retired, and Matthew Horrace, author of the book *The Black and the Blue*, here with us. So we've got these guys till the bottom of the hour, and they're more than likely, or more than welcome to stick around during the next segment with our next guest to hang out as long as they like. But folks are curious. What would you guys have done had you seen a similar situation with, with the guy having the knee on the neck? What would you?
I've had these situations where people did things that weren't appropriate. I addressed it at the time, pull the person to the side. Not only do you do that, but you let them know that, you're put in a position now where you have to give it up to your organization. So I think that was very clear. And in this case, those 3 officers, you see, they've all been arrested.
Right.
And that's exactly what should have happened.
Listen, I was a follower my first 3.5 years.
Right.
I was afraid to
Sure.
have any initiative whatsoever. Tell me what to do.
Expected.
Tell me how to do
Yeah.
it. And I don't want to screw up. And Lord knows I screwed up enough things that first 3.5 years without even trying.
Right.
So I would have been hard pressed to go tell somebody who should have known better, stop what you're doing.
Right.
Now, after I got my sergeant stripes and I was aware, get out of my way. But you have to become a field general to do that. You have to develop that experience. And so maybe one answer would be lots and lots and lots of field training, professional development, way, way past 1 or 2 years.
Body cams on everybody help all the time. The whole time they're on their shift, no matter what.
I hated that idea. I retired in part from my dislike of the idea of body cams during interviews and things like that, because I didn't want techniques to be revealed. However, on the street, I think there's just as much protection for law enforcement in the system as there is for the citizens that are being oppressed or protected.
Right.
Well, think about what you just said also, Steve. So three things we point out in the book, that when you come into law enforcement, you're told very quickly a number of things. 1, what happens in this car stays in this car. 2, forget about everything you learned in the police academy. I'm going to show you how to do it the right way. And 3, cops don't tell on cops. Now, fast forward to the incident we just saw in Minneapolis, where you had 1 training officer, 3 rookies, and consider how they must have felt being out there. So he's going to show them how to do it right, number 1. Don't tell, cops don't tell on each other, right? And what happens here stays here. That played out exactly in that order when you look at the police reports.
All right, guys, I only got about 30 seconds left. Why would anybody want to be a cop nowadays with the bullseye on your back? And
I got a kid thinking about it, and I'm smiling and wave, boys.
Yeah, still one of the best careers on earth. It's a very noble profession. Just do it for the right reasons and do it the right way.
Matt's raised 2 warriors, by the way.
Yeah.
Academy, one's an academy graduate, the other one's on his way.
All right. Listen, Matthew, I can't thank you enough. Where can people buy this book? Where do they go?
Oh, they can go on Amazon, The Black and the Blue. They can go to Barnes & Noble, The Black and the Blue. And, the book's doing great, and I welcome the discussion.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I wish we had more
Thank
time,
you.
but I appreciate it today.
Have a great weekend.
All right, you too. All right, listen, we got to take a break. Coming up next, Kevin Booker, Kevin Skulczyck-Tariko, Saterfield here in the studio. Again, if you guys want to call in during that segment, lines are now open. Stick around. It's 94.9 News Now. All right, it's 38 minutes after the hour, 7 o'clock, so we got a studio filled with folks. Here's the deal, too. We're going to take some phone calls if you guys want to try to sneak some stuff in. 860-464-9490, 631-317-1949. In front of the mics right now, Kevin Skulczyck and Kevin Booker. I will bring in Kevin Skulczyck first to get this thing rolling.
Hey,
Kevin,
what's going on, man? This
thanks a
studio
lot.
looks amazing. I don't know what you're doing in here. It's
Cleaned
looks
it up for you.
upgraded. You got all the video things and all that stuff.
Well, I saw you guys last night. All of the folks that are in the studio, I think, were on Zoom last night, and I couldn't stop watching the conversation. It was great.
Yeah,
so,
it was pretty
What was it?
impactful.
How'd you put that together?
It wasn't myself. It's I'll introduce Kevin Booker here, and he'll take it away. But I think it comes down to a couple years ago we were in the same studio having a conversation very similar to this.
Yeah.
And for the listeners who know who I am and sort of the relationship I have with you, this has been an evolution of experience and really honestly witnessing what we talked about a couple years ago is still happening today. There's still the same feeling, if it's not worse. And so Kevin and I, Booker and I, have been. We're the double Ks. We don't go to the triple K. So we're good. But we've been doing this kind of thing and having this real conversation about real things. And you know what? I decided one thing. I said, if I'm going to do this, I'm not running for office. I'm not in politics. I'm a business owner. I'm all about saying the truth. So sometimes I say things. For example, we were in the studio filming one of my episodes for the podcast I do, and I said it like it is. I'm voting for Trump, and boy, if you could have seen, and I did, and I said, and it might hurt to hear, but if we don't say things, we're not going to solve things, right? So I put myself out there, and we had a great conversation with some great contributors last night on the Zoom meeting, and Kevin's done great stuff. So I really am going to do this. I know this is weirdly. I'm just going to back off, and I'm going to let people speak here that are more important than me to be heard. I'm just glad I could be a part of the show today and bring some good folks here. And Kevin Booker, take it away.
Yeah, Kevin, I just want to say thank you for even being on the Zoom call last night and going Facebook Live. And it was an honor to have you on the show. Last night, Lee, the reason why I decided to put that show together was because I have been receiving so many phone calls from a lot of my white friends saying to me, I don't know what to do during this time of racial injustice. This is something that, I don't know how to become a white ally. I live in my town. I'm not around people of color. This I don't know what to do. Right. And so, I thought of this and I asked them, I said, well, what do you think you can do? And they said, I need some guidance. So I decided to put individuals, have a show where I can have people of color on the show and also white individuals on the show who really, really are working within themselves to say, what can I do? And I had people of color actually speak about some of their truths as well. And the message behind it is stand up, speak up, and follow through. Stand up when you're in those spaces with people of color, to be in solidarity with them. Speak up when you have those family members, who may say those remarks that are not so nice. Sometimes they can be a little derogatory. Right. Speak up in those situations. Okay. So that, because not all white people are a monolithic group. Not all black people are a monolithic group. We're not all the same, even though we may look the same as far as racially, but we're not the same. Our mindset is not the same. Sure. And then follow through. Let's work on these policies. Let's make sure we have implicit bias training, microaggression training, cultural competency. What is that? Well, how do we work through that? How do we start looking deep inside within ourselves? So today I brought some awesome friends with me.
It's like an all-star team, man.
That's right. Because we're gonna go deep today. We gotta go really deep because people are dying. Right. And we know that. And I want to thank you, Lee, for even having us on here today.
I wish I knew you were bringing all these folks because I would have carved out more time. But I appreciate you guys doing what you do. Yeah. And bringing in the folks that you're bringing in. All right. So where you tell me? This whole half hour is yours. You tell me where you want to go next.
So right now we have state rep, police officer for 19 years.
Who I didn't recognize, by the way.
I know, Anthony Nolan, who's never been on this show.
Must have been the bear.
I
know. The bow tie, the beard. I mean, last time I saw you, you were in the police uniform.
He should have recognized.
Seen the bow tie.
I know. So I would like him to share with you about his experience on being a police officer and being a black peace officer. And why do you consider yourself a peace officer? And some of the issues that you have dealt with in the police force, and how are you trying to create peace within the city of New London?
Well, I wish we did have more time because
that's
a lot of things to discuss. But first, being a black man in a field such as law enforcement can be challenging, and trying to explain the differences in how we expect to be treated, both in the station and outside of the station, are things of concern, because there is a big difference in how people are treated as a police officer and as a civilian, from those that are police officers that don't know you're a police officer. There's that kind of challenge out there that we're working on, and for so long there's been an unjust in regards to how people of color are treated, and it happens to be now another opportunity to get out there and try and clean up some stuff that goes on, and that has to do with accountability. It has to do with better training for law enforcement, and it has to do with sometimes a clean sweep of legislation to try and make things better, and to be able to hold individuals accountable. And this is not about all police officers.
Right.
So you're treated differently even from your own police peers, you think?
Police peers, many places, not just in local. And sometimes it's just
like what? Give me I don't mean give me an example when you mean different.
Sometimes it has to do with the silent treatment. Okay. Sometimes it has to do with how you're given certain responsibilities, or how they want you to do certain things in the community, or that you have an option to do. So it depends on who's in charge at the time.
Officer Nolan, can you paint that, because I don't want our imaginations running wild right now.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us a clear example of when something may have occurred where it was you felt that difference within your own police force, or that blue brotherhood?
Okay.
Yeah.
If I have the option to give a ticket or a warning, and someone thinks that the person should have the ticket, well, that's the difference. The law states that I have an option to do that. But because this person has maybe an indifference with the individual, they want me to give him a ticket. Or they want me to get out there and force giving tickets instead of warnings to people.
Okay. Oh, they wouldn't do that to a white officer? They would give them more leeway? Is that?
That would not be my concern. If that's what they wanted to do to somebody else. But when it comes to me, and I'm able to have the option to do something,
right,
then I should be able to take that option.
Okay. But wouldn't you be, if you could take that option ultimately, but you would feel as though they would maybe...
There is always a backlash from something like that. Okay. Or if I don't stand up and say, are you ordering me to give this ticket?
Right.
Because then that creates another issue.
There's a whole, and you could take the next question, but there's a whole other issue too, as far as when you're a police officer, and let's say in the midst of all this unrest, you've got a lot of folks on the outside, and you guys are doing your job, protecting and serving, and you're a black police officer, so now you're looked on as part of the problem. How does that make you feel?
Because of how I am, that happens very little.
Okay.
Because I'm entrenched in our community. Trying to do what I need to do to make the peace between police in our community.
Right. But you could see how somebody else, if you're watching nightly news and you see, bottles being thrown at police officers by, folks of color, and urine being thrown at them, and Molotov, and they're right in the middle of this, and sometimes they're looked on. It's really, I don't envy that. That's a terrible position to be put in, I think.
It is. And don't get me wrong. That happens.
Right.
But I try and make that change in that person's opinion by explaining where I'm trying to make impact, or how I'm making an impact.
Right.
But I would not condone that kind of behavior for anybody to do anything like that towards any police officer, no matter what color you are. Okay. It's just unacceptable behavior. But the same as officers who might tend to be a little bit more aggressive than they should be, where they might put that extra pressure on, or might give that extra elbow, or or might treat someone indifferent because of who they are or where they're from, just because of the perception of that person being poorer than them, or from an area in our community that there is trouble from. So now when you go into that area, if you're assuming that there's going to be a problem, then you're creating that already.
Looking at the death of George Floyd and watching that video for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, that man calling his mother's name out, mama, and just saying mama, and watching what that police officer was doing to him, putting the pressure on his neck, taking his life away. Do you think that police officer, how do you think that police officer should be prosecuted?
He should be charged with murder.
And what about the other police officers that were with him as well?
They should be accessories to it, but you have to look at the, it's my understanding, I don't know if it was one or two, are freshly out of academy. When you're freshly out of academy, you tend to have fears to speak up or to do something to stop someone who's been an officer for a long time. And that goes even for people who have been in the system for a long time. There is an intimidation factor in the house, meaning in the police department. And there are a lot of blue bullies that carry on and do things that are difficult for other officers, make it difficult for other officers to speak up. They should be penalized. And it's unfortunate that those that just got out of the academy were part of that. Because,
So what type of training do you think needs to happen to make sure situations like this do not occur or continue to occur throughout our nation?
Well, you have to stop things as such from being able to happen. And as much as a lot of people I've talked to, and as many people that called and argued with me, and were indifferent because of me talking as a police officer about changes that we need to do with the system. People were mad when I said, you have to stop people from being able to choke someone like that. It would have been a lot better if one of the guys would have tapped him, got him up, and took over, or took his leg and moved his leg down,
Right.
Or told him, just like the people around him, yo, you're choking that dude too
Right.
much. But none of them tried to do that.
So what can a spectator do? So if I'm a spectator and I'm watching this man lose his life, what can I do to stop that, prevent that police officer from murdering or taking that man's life? Is there anything I can do?
It's difficult for you to say what someone else should do.
Right.
Because I know what I would do. But for someone else, for me to tell somebody else, you should have pushed that guy off.
Right.
Yeah, if I tackle that guy.
But now that person's in danger.
Right.
Right.
So
what advice do you have for them?
So for a fellow officer, there should be a change to say that person has a responsibility to take that officer off, or pat that officer, say, yo, I got this, or something to let that officer know you're crossing the line.
Guys, let me grab a quick call because someone's been waiting on hold forever.
Yeah.
So let's just see. We got to go quick with the calls, but we got Richard out in Old Saybrook. Richard, good morning. How are you?
Yes, good morning, Lee. Yes, you were talking about race relations. I think actually race relations got worse. Initially, I think the Black Lives Matter had empathy from the nation for the protests, et cetera, but when it turned to anarchy and loss of, businesses and livelihoods, then you have weak-willed politicians that allow Clinton Crossing to be closed, Main Street and Old Saybrook to be closed, highways to be closed. I think that loses a lot of support. And my feelings are that we ought to really concentrate on what they do in Chicago, where they have 18 people die one weekend, and, that's no big deal, evidently. But that's my comment.
All right, Richard, I appreciate that. You guys want to weigh in on any of that?
I'm not sure how to answer that one.
First of all, I just want to thank him for calling in and voicing how he's feeling at this moment.
Yeah, and it's important for people to speak.
Right.
You know, and earlier, I forgot how Kevin said it. You see it, stand up, or something to that.
Speak up, stand up, speak up, and follow through.
That is so important, especially with fellow law enforcement officers and those in the community, because sometimes you have a fear to speak up in front of other officers. Sometimes in the community you have a fear to speak up because some community members think that they tag you with that snitch thing. You know, but in all actuality, what you're doing is you're saving somebody.
Right.
Because the next person won't or will consider not doing it if you spoke up about it. You know, from either side.
And this leads me to the protesting that's going on now with our next guest here. You know, like President Dominguez, who's the president of the city council in New London. And with all the protesting that's occurring around the nation, and the protesting that's also occurring in all our cities and towns and the state of Connecticut, as the president of the city council of New London, how are you feeling right now? People are they're writing down demands. Things that they want to see change in their towns. Things they want to see change in their police departments. Defunding police departments. They want to see statues come down. How are you dealing with all that? And what do you think should be done throughout your city right now, the city of New London, and also within the state?
Well, thank you, Mr. Booker. That's a loaded question there. First of all, let me just say it's an honor for me to be here.
Thank you for coming.
It's my first time, Elci, at your show, so thank you for welcoming us. And just to tell you, if you're anything like your brother, I work with your brother Steve Elci, so we're family.
He's the good one.
We're family. So on your questions there, I think the people have the right to protest. The people have to have the right to protest. That's part of our democracy. It cannot be detained. You know, it must happen. Protest only comes when people are against something. Matter of fact, when there's an injustice. Most of the time, protests happen when there's an injustice. When something is owed. Okay?
But Mr. Dominguez, what about the looting and the rioting? I mean, these thugs, you know, we don't want these thugs coming in our communities, destroying our communities and everything. How would you respond to that?
Well, listen, you know, I know we throw that word out there, thugs, a lot, you know what I mean? But we have to remember that in the midst of protesters, not everybody that is there for the cause. They're there for the show.
Right.
They're there to instigate. And we know that, you know, America wasn't born yesterday.
Right.
We've been here for 225 years plus. You know, we've seen protests come and go.
Right.
And we know that mainly a lot of these rioters and looters are mostly people that are not for the cause. They're there to take advantage of what the situation is happening across America.
No
so that's what
question.
I have to say.
But what happened, though, in the early onset of this is that Antifa, whatever, they bogarted the whole idea. They stole it. The first week, all that anybody talked about was the rioting and the looting instead of what they should have been talking about, which was the death of George Floyd, right? I mean, so that's got to piss you off. I would think it would piss off most of the folks that these guys, you know, kind of caused chaos.
No, definitely. No, you're right, Elci. But going back, you know, we don't want to drown the message. I think when news and reporters and they just focus on that instead of the message, then it drowns it. You know what I mean? The reality is that there has been injustices for the African American community, the black and brown. I consider myself a brown person. You know what I mean? There has been injustices throughout. And again, I'll go back to what justice means. Justice means is something that someone is owed. And we owe the black community. They owed.
Oh, see, that's where I got to get to the bottom of that.
Wow.
What exactly is owed?
Okay.
I don't. Cause I want to speak for me
as a white man. As
I'm
a
gonna
white man,
speak for me.
Yes.
I don't feel as though I've ever wronged anyone for any reason racially at all. Ever.
Right.
So I don't possess. I'm sorry, I don't possess white guilt. For me,
Right.
I look at you. I look at you guys as two men. I don't look at you. The first thing I don't say when I see Kevin Booker's, Kevin Booker's a black guy. I don't say that, and I don't think it, and I mean.
Well, I hope you do like to see me as a black man right away, Lee. Because we're not colorblind.
My point is, because I'm not looking at it as different. So I got to say, I don't feel guilty. So what do you want to say to me when I say that to you?
Well, definitely. First of all, I have to say to you that, and I disagree with you. I don't think there's anybody colorblind. You either see there's white, black, brown. We see colors. I mean,
I get the basics, sure.
Yes,
but
yes. And what I'll say is this: when there's an injustice that happens, wherever, you know what I mean. Let's just say this: someone that you love was killed. All right, all right. Justice has to happen, and the only way that you see justice, Elci, and I will see justice if one of my loved one was killed, was that person has to have a consequence.
Sure.
In America, there has not been consequences, okay, for the lives of black and brown people being taken in the history. Let's just be real with that. Let's just open it up. We've seen things happen here and there, but it has not been consistent. And something that is not consistent is not fair. And when a system is built in the way to favor a race, a color, then where is the justice?
Are you talking about in the actual judicial system, or are you talking about in going out and catching and prosecuting criminals? In other words, I would agree with you that it seems as though folks of color pay a more heavy burden and a debt when they're arrested and eventually go through the system. Is that what you're talking about? Or because I can throw out numbers that would say the numbers of folks who are committing violent crimes as opposed to the number of folks who are getting. In other words, there's a lot of numbers that are being thrown out there that sort of skew the narrative. If you're saying that eventually, once you get arrested and get into the system, you're more likely to spend your life in jail if you're black, the answer to that is probably yes. But I don't know if the idea of there's more people being arrested. Well, go ahead, just finish your point, because I don't want to cut you off.
That was a good point.
Well, no, my thing is that, throughout history, there has not been justice served. There has not been justice served for the black and brown community. That's the reality of it. I mean, that's what I've seen. That's what I've seen in my lifetime.
So what do you want? What would better serve it?
I'll tell you this right now. So what we need is accountability.
Okay, from where?
In all institutions. In all institutions. We're talking about education.
Okay.
We're talking about the court system. We're talking about government. We're talking about all kinds of things.
So, Mr. Dominguez, just so for the listeners right now, right? Because their imaginations might be running wild.
Yes.
Right? Can we just give them an example of accountability just in one sector? What does that look like? Let's say in education. You're an educator. Yeah. What does accountability look like just in education? How do we change it? How do we reform it?
Well, the only way that is we have to educate people, and also we have to also bring about allies that understand this, that understand what's happening. You know what? I think in the sense, I can only do with the justice with the criminal court system.
Right.
Let's just go there.
Right.
If someone commits a crime, you know what I mean? They should be. It doesn't matter your race. It doesn't matter how old you. They should get the same consequence for the same crime.
If I boil it all down, guys, isn't it about money? If I'm able to hire a better attorney, I'm able to get off. So it may not necessarily be boiled down to the color of somebody's skin. It may be just boiled down to money. I heard last time. I know you want to do criminal, but you brought up education, and I was floored last time when you said to me that there are kids in inner city schools in Hartford that don't have books.
They don't have books. And also within our own city as well.
Okay, I have to ask Mr. Nolan, and we can get. We're gonna extend this segment. You don't have to come back, but we'll bring you back in a second. How the hell is that possible from the state of Connecticut perspective that there are kids in Hartford that don't have books? I don't understand how that's even possible. So is that something that is that what you're talking about?
That's another.
And then we just look at it just right now, Lee. Right? Let's even take away the racial injustice just for 1 second, right? COVID-19, what did that shed a light on in America? That showed the inequality in education. Well, Google Chromebooks, lack of access to computers. You know this, Lee.
Yeah, sure.
You're a highly intelligent individual.
No, I got you.
You saw the inequality that existed with education.
There's Wi-Fi. You can't get it. I get it. I get it.
The videos that were created with kids having to drive 10 to 15 miles.
That's fixable stuff, though.
Right, but it hasn't been done.
But that's not a. I don't believe that's a racial issue. I don't think people are doing that purposely to hold down. What's that?
It's disparity.
It's totally, you're right, but
And
I mean that's a money issue again. No, we're talking about rich versus poor, aren't we? It's not necessarily.
Choose where the money go. If they choose not to make sure that those kids have those,
Okay,
that's
Put them on.
but whose responsibility is that?
it has to
It's
do with
legislative, right?
It
Okay.
has to do with
So Nolan is saying it's legislative right now.
legislative.
So can you break it down from a legislative standpoint? How is it legislative?
In regards to the funding that's not put in the schools that is supposed to be put
Okay.
in the schools, and working on bills to make sure that schools that are well off
Yeah.
have to be trimmed because they're able sometimes to make it with the funding, with different funding that they would get.
Why
you
is
know?
it that then most of the time the Democrat Party is completely against giving somebody a choice to go to a school of whatever they want to go? You can, if you live in XYZ, you want to drive to East Lyme, you can go to East Lyme, go to school there. Why?
Wow.
It seems like why can't we all get together and say, okay, you want to send your kid to a school in Waterford or wherever, St. Bernard, whatever. You have a right to do that. Why does it seem like the Democrat Party sort of stands in the way of that?
I think that's a discussion that needs to happen, where we can decide on how to make that possible.
Right. I mean, because if you're a mom in Bridgeport and you
Mhm.
want to send your kid to Waterford High School, if you can get him there, he should be able to go there. I think. Why not?
Well, that's should be part of school choice.
That's what I mean. So why can't we give people more school choice?
That's the question to ask.
How come it seems like it doesn't seem like the Dems could have fight that though?
Everybody can fight that. It's not just
no,
the
but I mean,
Dems.
don't they fight that more often? Isn't that more of a conservative sort of point of view? I'm asking you. I don't know what you guys are talking about in Hartford.
I think it has to be a bipartisan thing. I don't think it's only Dems. I think you have to put the Republican name in there too, because in order for it to happen, it has to be a joint thing.
Would you be for that though?
For school choice, I haven't thought about it, but I don't have a reason not to be.
Okay. I just think if somebody can choose, why wouldn't somebody be able to choose where they get their education? It seems like it makes sense to me, I guess. I don't know. Let me grab a call because somebody's been waiting on hold forever. John in Gales Ferry. John, good morning.
Good morning, Lee. Good morning, gentlemen. Unfortunately, I don't think that we're nearly as racially divided in this country as it would appear. I believe everything you guys are talking about is worthwhile and should be done. But unfortunately, at least in my opinion, I don't think any of this will solve the problem until the race hustlers are eliminated, until the people who are preaching to the black community that there's a knee on their neck and it'll stay there forever and they'll never be able to get it off their neck. And if I were a young black youth hearing that stuff over and over again, I would be pissed. I would be angry, and it eventually will explode. And if these people, like the so-called Reverend Sharpton and many others like him, keep preaching this to the black community over and over in their churches and their schools, then everything we're talking about on the show today will be for naught.
You want to tackle that, Kevin?
Well, I'm going to bring in Tariko Saterfield on this one because he wanted to chime in on exactly on that question there. Because the term he just used was these people. That alone, when you talk about language, language says a lot and power of how you expressing yourselves. That also shows the microaggression that is used. Like when you see someone.
These are all PC things you're coming up with.
Well, it's not.
You pick out a word and then think you understand me, and you don't.
Well, it's very important as a black man that you make sure you use the certain words because it is offensive. Because we live in homogenous communities, sir, when you look at the state of Connecticut, and thank you for listening too, there are 169 towns. 20 towns in the state of Connecticut are where people of color are concentrated. 149 towns are where people who are predominantly white live. That means we're not being exposed to each other. That means, as a black man, I know when I go through your town, you may not be accustomed to being around someone like me. So the language you use can be very offensive. So it's very important that we have these conversations. I do appreciate it that you have addressed this issue, and I do agree with you that some people do profit from actually creating division. But the reality is, you have a lot of individuals who are striving to build these bridges. Okay? So, for example, let's go back to this educational component with Tariko Saterfield here.
How you doing, Kevin? So let me just say to the gentleman that just called in,
he's still on. I give him a chance to do the last word.
I appreciate you so much for your point of view, but I want to say that I find it quite interesting that what we focus on is the rhetoric and people continuing the narrative. And as someone who was raised in Alabama, who grew up and heard that exact message that you're referring to, that the white man wants to keep you down, I want it to be clear that we have a choice to believe the narrative or not, right? And as a person who had a white young man be my best friend, who I grew up spending the night at his house, that family took care of me just like my family did. The experience that I had showed me different. However, growing up in America as a black man, also, I found truth in the statement that there were individuals and there are individuals who work day and night to hold me as a black man back. And I don't think you can even argue that there are systems, there are laws, there are things that are put in place that white people as well as black people know was written into laws, written into housing plans that exactly said that Negroes couldn't own. So I think it's always funny for me to hear people not talk about the truth that they know and things that they understand, and say that people are wrong for stating what is truth, that there were white men trying to intentionally keep black people back.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Why do black people resoundingly vote for the Democrat Party, knee-jerk reaction year after year after year, when it can be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that over the last century and a half, the Republican Party has fought for the rights of black people, beginning with President Lincoln, whose monument they've defaced. My God, they even defaced the monument of, who was it? I'm sorry, I'm having a senior moment. What I don't understand is why there seems to be a knee-jerk reaction to, I guess it's because it's drummed into their heads from the moment that they're children that the Democrats are their friend. But when they get older, like yourself, and start learning and build their intelligence and their knowledge, why don't they look into the past and see, these stories the Democrats are telling are just not true? The Republicans are not the devil. In fact, back in the South with Jim Crow and all these other horrible things that happened in the past, the KKK, the Democrats were at the heart of it.
John,
why can't we as Republicans get that through to the African American community?
All right, brother. I'm going to let them answer that, John. I appreciate you calling in. You want to weigh in on that?
So first, I think Kanye West would probably be offended at you saying that, because I'm not sure that Kanye voted Democrat. Okay. And I do want to say as well that not all black people vote Democrat.
And from my understanding, I didn't think black people were a monolithic group.
We're not a monolithic group.
I didn't think all black people were all Democrats. We have a choice.
We have a choice.
Because I know Colin Powell is a Republican. And I know a lot of the black Republicans as well.
Right.
So the question is what you should ask yourself is, how can we actually make it more enticing for people of color to want to participate within the Republican Party?
With that agenda.
Correct. Because I don't think it's really about a color. I think it's really about how can we market the Republican Party to make it more enticing for all people and make it more inclusive.
All right, but you got to be fair. 89% of the folks who are black support Democrat.
And that's been since Roosevelt.
Well, I'm just saying.
We know that, right?
Okay,
but we're talking about racial injustice. I want to say to the man that just called, I want to say to him that what I would encourage you to do is look at the biased thinking that you might have against and about black people, where you would make a statement that says, why do black people, they must be raised as little kids to do this stuff. Like, the thinking that you're carrying about black people, that's wrong. That in itself is wrong.
Okay, so let me just throw this at you real quick. So if that's the case, when you run into somebody, do you immediately think that they think of you or perceive you in a certain way? Like when you come in to see me, do you have a preconceived sort of notion of what I'm all about?
I lead with love.
Okay.
You're not gonna like my answer. No, I lead with love.
Okay.
Now,
until I prove you wrong.
Until you prove me wrong.
Okay, fair enough.
When a person shows me who they are, Maya Angelou said, believe them.
Okay. All right. You do the same thing?
When I meet someone, I give them a chance right away.
Okay.
Until they show me otherwise.
Because I think sometimes there's a perception that that's not the case.
Yeah.
Right. So automatically, because of the color of my skin, all of a sudden you must think that I think a certain way.
Now the police?
No, because honestly, Lee, I don't want to categorize people. I live by a motto that my father taught me: treat people the way you want to be treated.
Okay.
Right. So I treat people the way I want to be treated.
Right.
I don't come in a mindset. Not all white men are the same.
Yeah, but I think there's a perception that all white men think that about you the same way.
I don't think that, because I have all different friends, all different values, beliefs, and I know not all white men are the same.
Okay.
Not all white men grow up the same way. If you have 5 or 6, 7, 8, let's say you have 10 white men in a room, they all have had different values, different belief systems. They have grown up differently, and that's important as an individual, just as a man, to be able to just walk in a room and understand that all these 10 men, racially, yes, they might look, they're from the same tribe, as the tribalism is what we have in our culture. But they're all different. They're different individuals. They have different ways of being raised by their mothers or their fathers. That's something that I've really taken consideration. Now, the way you respond to me as a human being, that's what I'm taking away from you.
All right, listen, I'm going to give you a chance. I do have to take a very quick break. I'll give you guys extra time. I'll give you as much as we can motor through here. We'll come right back. Paul Formica has arrived. I don't know where Senator George Logan is, but we'll try to track him down. Don't move, everybody. We'll be right back. All right, so we're back. 19 after the hour of 8 o'clock. You're listening to 94.9 News Now and Stimulating Talk. It's a special show. We have a jam-packed studio with some really great folks talking about some important stuff. And we're going to continue this conversation pretty much all morning long. I'm breaking all the rules, barely playing any commercials. Sorry, John. And we're going through some of the stuff. But we've got a whole, lobby filled with folks that we're going to bring people on, and we're going to try to bring in as many people on as we can. But Dominguez wanted to finish a point that you were making early, and I probably cut you off, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right, sir. Thank you. I just want to make a point about, what, as we have obviously said, we grew up in a diverse city. My first time when I went off to college, all my dorm roommates were white. And I have to tell you this, even though I did have white friends, I had a few white friends at New London High School, but when I was in college, it was mostly, my roommates were all white. So I gotta tell you, I was exposed for the first time. And I was afraid in the beginning, I'll be honest with you, because I didn't know the way they were gonna treat me.
Right.
Let's just be honest,
Okay.
I was apprehensive, but let me tell you, I still have friends. They're still my friends to this day. So that was broken. So I understand when people say, "Well, I don't think about white people like that."
Right.
But if all you're hearing, about white, it's negative many times, then you know what? When you have to be exposed and see the reality. And I guess what I want to say is that you don't judge people by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character, like Martin Luther King said. And just one more thing I want to say, because you brought something important and I didn't get a chance to tell you about that. But you said something about white guilt. Mm-hmm. We're not looking for white guilt. Let me just say that again. We are not looking for white guilt, for people to feel guilty because of whatever happened.
Because I don't.
No, and that's fine. And that is fine. And we don't want that. And we don't want that. The reality is, listen, and the other thing I'm going to tell you too, sir, is we don't need empathy for black and brown lives. But what we need is this. We need is real change. But that change and that permanent change will only happen when we have. Now, this is what we need the white people. When we have white allies who will denounce injustices, all right, that will call it out and will not be afraid of what their other white friends will say or their friends. So that's what we need, sir, in order to bring change to our community.
Great job. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. All right, so sitting right to your left, and we'll let her say a couple things. And Teresa Berry, who I asked early in the week if she wanted to take part in this, and she flat out refused me. So now, as you see this thing unfold, you wanted to come on over and say your piece. So hi, Teresa. How are you?
I'm doing well, and thank you, panel, for coming in today. You guys have done a phenomenal job. I just wanted to explain, while everybody is in the studio, why I declined. I am a reporter and a journalist by trade. That's what I do for a living. And I'm not the story. My job is to report the story. So my family's been asking me all week, why haven't you done any protest? Why didn't you go out and say anything? Why haven't you posted anything on Facebook? Why haven't you taken Lee Elci's offer and gone on 94.9 News Now? What they don't understand is I'm not the story. Even though I'm a black female, I'm not the story. My job is to report what I see, what is happening. And how do you change it? My job is to ask that question, because I don't have the answers. And as a reporter, I can't go on and, pound my fist and just like Dominguez did a little while ago. I can't do that. And I can't do that.
Right.
I just can't do that.
All right.
So that's why I declined, because I'm not the story. My job is to report the story.
Well said.
Is that fair?
That is very fair.
And I thought I'd make you guys upset by saying that, but you're all smiling, so you clearly understand. You clearly understand why it's best not to, because again, it would take away my credibility as a journalist reporter. And I'm telling the story, and a very good story, although my family disagrees with me 100%. My sister's like, you're not a reporter anymore. I'm like, well, yeah, I kind of am. She's like, but you don't do this anymore. And my mom's like, people aren't going to like you because you don't say anything. That's what my mom said to me. Would you agree with that statement, gentlemen? No. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, I said my piece.
Thank you, Teresa.
You're very welcome.
Right.
And you guys, great job, great show.
Thank you.
And I feel your pain.
All right, listen, I got to go to Senator Logan, who's on line number 2. Senator, thanks for calling in. I appreciate you giving us a couple minutes today.
Sure. Good morning to you and all your listeners today.
All right, I appreciate you coming on. So again, we've got a studio filled with folks, including Senator Paul Formica and a number of other folks. So I just figured we're talking about race relations, et cetera, and police and how we can make it better. So I just thought maybe we're running up against the bottom of the hour update. So I just wanted to maybe get your once over on some of that stuff.
Sure. No, I think I've been working hard personally to try to bring the police and the community together. I think community policing, more of it, is the way to go. I tell folks, we're not Minneapolis here in Connecticut, and we're not Baltimore and Ferguson. Generally speaking, we have a good relationship with at least in the district that I represent, with our local community. We need to do more of that. Get them together, talking more, and improving policing in our communities. I think there's always room for improvement.
So Juan Roman is actually joining us too. He was a probation officer, parole officer, and again, he's an educator in New London, a coach too. Juan, I wanted to welcome you to the show as well. Kevin, if you have any questions, or if Mr. Nolan has any questions, and talking with the senator as well, I'd like to bring you guys on. But here in the state of Connecticut, we were talking a little bit earlier about the as far as the differences in community, not necessarily maybe, at least from my perspective, not necessarily about the color, but maybe more about money. And money kind of drives all of this. Would you agree with that?
I think to some degree. I think leadership drives all of this, right? In terms of what is being taught and to our cadets when they're in training, what's being reinforced to our police officers. They have a very difficult job to do, right? They see some of the best in our community, but they also see a lot of the worst. And it's a tough job, and I think regular training and retraining, and just making sure that our officers are on the same page and understanding that their priority is to serve the community and to make sure that officers in the ranks are all on the same page. Because I think over time, I think police officers, some may drift because of the difficulty in the work that they're doing, and we need to make sure that we identify those officers and we make sure that they're of the right frame of mind to be serving the community out there.
You guys got anything to add to any of that stuff? Nothing? No?
I think that's a right way to walk. because there are times, I believe, and I've had conversation as state rep with officers who've requested to have funds for training. And there's a lot of departments out there that only have training when there's issues. And then some of the training is through paper.
Right.
You know, it's not actual training. You're not going back to the post to have a classroom training. You're doing training inside the departments. And a lot of people are unhappy with that because it's one of those, you come in for 2 hours and you're supposed to be there before and then you go home.
All right.
You know?
The voice that you hear is Rep. Nolan, and Senator Logan is with us right now. You know, there's a number of police officers, state police officers that are on the job right now that's drastically lower than what the original intent was. You guys comfortable with the idea that, you know, there's less than 1,000 state cops right now, and I think the ideal was somewhere around 1,200, Senator? I mean, should we have more cops? Should we try to put more boots on the ground here in the state of Connecticut?
Sure. I think certainly when you look at the ranks in terms of the number of state police, you know, there's folks that are, you know, review this and they make the recommendation. And if the number should be 1,200, that's what we should have. I definitely think it's an issue and a very big problem if we are undermanned in terms of our staff, our state troopers, because that would put additional strain on those officers. I absolutely think that we need to staff our state police in this particular case at the appropriate levels by whatever means are necessary to do that. And if it's an issue of more funding, then I think absolutely that is reasonable and adequate. We need to make sure that we're properly staffed, and that certainly would go a long way in terms of making sure that the service that the state police, in this case, are providing the community, our state, is where we want it to be.
How about body cams? You guys both want the cops to have body cams on pretty much?
I'm in agreement with that. And it just keeps everybody, it's another way of keeping everybody accountable. One of the issues is body cams can be turned on and turned off by the operator. So it's going to depend on what kind of policy is written in regards to those body cams to ensure that on the occasion that there is a contact, that it has to be done, you know. But I think body cams is a good thing. But we're drifting from our message that we're talking about today. So.
Right. Well, I wanted to give the senator a chance to weigh in again. And Senator, I got to run because I get to the bottom of the hour news, but I thank you for giving us a couple minutes today.
Sure, my pleasure. And I am in favor of body cameras. Absolutely.
Absolutely. 20, like for the entire shift, can't turn it off, right?
Well, I mean, those details and procedures, well, I think that needs to be worked out by professionals. But I'm certainly supportive of it, and also helping those communities, because the data that you collect when you put more body cameras out there, it can be quite expensive as well. So there's ways of working with the communities, municipalities for that as well.
All right, Senator. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sorry to cut you short, but I got to run. Bottom of the hour news. I appreciate your time, and we'll talk down the road.
Have a great weekend,
You
everybody.
too, man. All right, we got to go. We'll come back. More folks in the studio coming up next. Again, we got Juan Roman, Senator Paul Formica is here in the studio. State police officer, former state police officer Tom Moysey will join us as well in the next half hour. We're just going to keep everybody around and just continue the conversation. We'll take some phone calls as well. Keep it right here. You're listening to 94.9 News Now and Stimulating Talk. Juan Roman is with us. We always try to reach out to him whenever we have a show like this because he always spends a great perspective on it. So we're going to give him the floor. Tom Moysey is here as well. He's former state trooper, and we're going to keep him around as long as we can, as long as he's willing to stick around with us, and he'll tell his story and sort of weigh in on some of the other stuff. Senator Paul Formica is also here. If you're watching on Facebook, he's in the background. We've got a lot of different people that we're going to bring on during the course. But Juan, take it away. What's going on?
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Anytime, buddy.
And I guess first and foremost, I want to say to the folks listening, but to America, to the world, surprise. You know, a picture's worth 1,000 words. And this video of George Floyd's murder, all of a sudden it seemed to spark something that has been here. It's been a problem. And it wasn't until people saw this did we really not think racism was out there and it exists. So my thing is, I'm not here trying to persuade the racist, because if you're a racist and you're accepting of your racism, you're probably not going to change your mind. But my thing is, I want to talk to, the fact that deflection, projection, minimization, justification. That's what people are doing right now. They're, well, what about this? And statistics say that, and all these other things. But the bottom line is, we witnessed a murder that whether we, want to look at backgrounds and this and that, it doesn't matter. Earlier, I didn't want to mention trainings. I want to just be succinct. I want to make my points.
Sure.
But as a probation officer, I know once they're cuffed, they're on their stomach, you roll them on their sides, you get them up. So training has nothing to do with what happened. That's an officer who murdered someone. And, so you can have, no one's ever trained someone to do that.
Right.
So training's not the issue. But the thing is, as I said, my goal is to reach the person who says, I'm not racist. I'm not a racist.
Okay.
Okay, but you're not a racist, but are you opposed to racism? Will you speak up when you see something that's wrong, not right? The big thing is this. I'm not a racist, but I know this is racist.
Right.
I don't say anything about the racism. I let it go because it's not affecting me. That's the problem. With the George Floyd murder, I had a greater issue with the Asian officer that was just standing there, looking straight ahead, like nothing's happening. And my issue with him was because say something. That's an illustration of what's happening in our world. I'm not a racist, but I just don't say anything.
Mm.
When I see something, I don't say anything. I don't get involved. That's the problem. And I don't like being too anecdotal, but when I was in college, going through a breakup with my girlfriend, on the phone with her, all ticked off, lose my mind, turn around, boom, punch the side of our refrigerator, put a dent in the refrigerator. And I turned to my roommate and said, I need a ride over to her dorm. And he just looked at me and said, no, Juan, you don't need to go over there.
Right.
And immediately I just calmed down because I knew he's so nuts. If he thinks I should be going over there, then I should be going over there.
Right.
If that officer's like, hey, you're going to kill this guy, get your knee off his back.
Right.
If the people out there who see these racist things and don't say anything, everybody wants all of those officers arrested, then all of you are just as guilty for not being involved.
Do you think this one's different?
As far as
public perception. I mean, it seems like everybody's on the same page. I don't know anybody who doesn't think this was an awful thing and a racial thing.
But it was an awful thing. And the thing is, and it doesn't matter what anyone does. You as an officer, they can spit in your face. They can kick you in the crotch. They can talk about your mom. They can call you any racial slur. Once you get them detained, that's it. You don't get to give them an extra shot. You don't get to do all that stuff. And what this guy did was just so over the top.
Right.
But again, as I said, surprise, because we saw the videotape. Reyes, he really got banned from NFL when they saw the videotape of him hitting his girlfriend. That's the thing. The picture has a greater power than the word, I guess. But so, as I said, being able to address it and seeing what's really going on, I'm going to give you a perfect example. I'm not racist. That's what people will say, but they'll be like, but you're not black like other people, like the other guys. That's a racist statement.
Well, who would say that to you?
Yeah.
Okay, I totally agree. Yeah.
But
who says that to you?
People say, and they don't even think anything of it. But I'll give you a better one. This one is one of my favorites. I never date a black guy. Now this is what was said to my face. Oh no. And I want you to hear the last part of it. I would never date a black guy. I was raised right.
No, who said that to you?
To think that that's okay to say.
Yeah, but who said that?
I will never name names here. Yeah. But my thing is to think that's okay to say.
Yeah.
And then be on the diversity board.
Oh God.
So you see what I'm saying? But those are the things. And when you talk about, the whole thing about systemic racism, it's from day one. I wrote a paper and did a presentation in college, which is 100 years ago at Central,
right,
about, racism in Hollywood. This white guy is in an airplane crash in the jungle as a baby, and he ends up running the whole damn joint. And then when it's time for him to settle down with someone, a white woman falls out the sky, and another, because in all that time of formative years, there's no way Tarzan was going to date a black girl. You know, I mean, who are we fooling? So this is the systemic racism we're talking about.
All right, hold that thought.
We do a deep cleaning every night.
All right, it's 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Juan Roman here with us in the studio, Tom Moysey as well. And we're going to go back to Juan and then take one call before we run out of time. But Juan, I know you wanted to make another point, so go ahead.
Yes, I think it's important because, as I said, justification, minimalization, things of that nature that we're doing, that's not what needs to be done now. The bottom line is there's a true issue of racism in this world, but there is also truth in this world. We can't deny that racism exists and it's affecting people the way it is, you know, but there's a greater truth. And every time I've come on this show, I've talked about my faith as a Christian.
Right.
And I will get to that as well. I don't want anyone to think that I'm putting that on the back burner because of this issue. But because I think racism is a symptom. It's a symptom of sin. The pandemic of this world, this worldwide pandemic of sin we're dealing with. So people are going to manifest their sinful ways in whatever it is. Racism is one of them. And because I tell you right now, everyone says the same thing. How could this guy do what he did? He had his knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. I look at that and go, it's almost demonic, bro. Like, you're in a different world. You're not even doing it in dark in an alley. You're doing it in broad daylight with people videotaping you. So let's not be fooled, folks. You can change your laws. You can change all these rules. You can get more training. If your heart doesn't change, if who you are will come out at certain times. When the bullets start flying, who you are comes out. You know state troopers who, when the bullets are flying, they're cowards, so they're out of there. Well, you know guys who are more aggressive, they're going to go get in there. That's just how people are. So I just wanted to point that out. And Black Lives Matter.
Well, say that, because that's going to be a bigger segment.
But the thing
say
is,
that.
But they're not more important than other lives.
Okay, let's get to that.
But it's very irrelevant right now in this current issue.
All right, let me let this guy, gentleman, Mark in Groton, ask his question before we run out of time. He's been holding on for a long time. Mark, go ahead.
Hi, very quickly, if you could discuss this next hour. I was wondering, of course, no good person wants to offend anybody, but where does political correctness, just for conversation, where is it justified, and where do we go overboard to monitor every single phrase we say, because it might offend somebody or they might take it not in the right way? I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Thank you, brother.
Well, I mean, again, I am not politically correct. And when I say that, I don't mean I'm offensive, but I speak what I believe to be true. And especially as a Christian, a lot of what I believe is so foreign to other people. They're going to be like, that makes no sense. How can you say that? Like when you quote Romans 8:28, that all things work together for good for those who love God. Well, guess what? That doesn't mean everything is good. It doesn't mean when this happens, it's good. Even what's happening now is not good, but it can work together for good. If it's sparking maybe a greater, quote unquote, equality in our country. And I say quote unquote because we live in a sin-cursed world, so you're never going to have fair. You're never going to have equal. And it's like, and that's why I asked you to play People Are People.
Right.
Because that song, it says, you punching and you're kicking and you shout at me. I'm relying on your common decency. So far it hasn't surfaced, but I'm sure it exists. It just takes a while to travel from your head to your fist. Well, guess what? That's it. You're kicking me and you're beating me like a dog, but I'm sure you're really a nice guy. So don't fool yourself on that. And the big thing that I've seen is that we've all known, especially in the black community, we know racism exists. And most times the riots occur when consequences and justice isn't served. We've all known if, we see someone do something wrong and it's, Rodney King and all those things. When the verdict comes back, not guilty, that's when people are rioting. See, this didn't even get to a trial because people are so frustrated. It's happened so many times.
Right.
And so that's the thing. So again, my biggest point is, yes, I can show you statistics to show there are more white people on welfare or more white people with this. And the bottom line is, this is what's happening in the black community. And it's a problem that needs to be addressed.
All right. Listen, Juan, keep that thought. Stick around. He'll be here with us for a while. Tom Moysey's here with us. We're going to come back. Lea Ralls will join us from the NAACP, and Paul Formica will be part of that as well. Keep it here. It's 94.9 News Now and Stimulated Talk. All right, welcome back. Very special show. 6 minutes after 9 o'clock. Special guest joining me. Two of them, actually, right now. in addition to what we already have. Senator Paul Formica is here in the studio. Senator, thank you, my friend. How are you?
Thank you. Good morning. Great job.
I appreciate you coming on. And you were able to secure a great guest. She is she's the Wyndham/Willimantic president of the NAACP. It's Lea Ralls is joining us. Lea, how are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I thank you very much for taking some time out. I'm going to ask you one basic question, and I'll let Paul jump in. You know,
Okay.
what do you do day in, day out as the president of the NAACP in Wyndham? What's your daily chores?
Well, remembering that NAACP is a civil rights organization, any and all activities that we are involved in are directly related to that. Most times when we receive a complaint of discrimination, we study that complaint with our legal redress team, and we make recommendations to the complaintee. When we're not in the midst of a discrimination act, we are out educating the community, particularly the schools and the community at large, on race relations and how to improve those relations.
All right, so how many complaints would you get a day? Would you field a day?
Well, they don't come by the day.
Okay.
They come by the incident.
Okay.
So they come by the incident, and this year alone, we've had approximately 8 complaints.
Okay.
And those are workplace discrimination issues, housing discrimination issues, landlord-tenant discrimination issues.
Paul, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lee. Thanks for having this conversation. And this is, really the beginning. I think this horrible incident has sparked our nation to a true awakening, and I really think that it's more than time for it to happen. And the conversation is great. And Lea, your good work, every day, all the time, and that of your fellow chapter presidents around, keeping the communication and keeping the awareness, of this issue and moving together. And
yeah,
and that's really what's missing is that communication. And so we need to have these conversations. And I know that you do a number of programs to foster these conversations because I've been to a couple. So why don't you talk a little bit about the programs that you do and how you get the word out and how people can help and join and support if they want to.
I think she actually. Let me see if she's still there. You still there? Did we lose you?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I'm glad I was able to get back in.
There you go. So you want to just repeat the end of that question again? Sorry about that.
Yes,
Yep.
please.
Okay, so the good work that you do is all about communication and collaboration and keeping the keeping the voices active. So what about some of the programs that you put on and how can people participate and support the organization?
Right. Well, first and foremost, Paul, thank you for having me here this morning. I'm quite honored that you would consider me for a program such as this. The blood of the NAACP is membership. Without membership, we don't survive. So we're always encouraging people to consider a membership. We do have events where we always have a membership table there for the purpose of making it an easy transition for folks to get involved. Some of the events that we've had in our community are our signature one is community conversations on race. Those have been very successful, and we've done them in quite a few different modalities. The first would be we have a trainer who comes in. Her name is Dr. Mara Gottlieb. She owns a company called Talking Changes. And her education is around the similarities versus the differences and helping people to understand that when we remove the melanin in our skin, and you remove the melanin in your skin underneath their flesh, and we are the same. And so that program we used to do once every 2 years, and it's been very successful. The other thing we do is our community conversation on race film series. This is one of our most popular programs because we engage the religious community to open their doors and allow us space to show the film and have discussion. And of course, since we've been on quarantine, we've been doing those on Zoom. And each and every time, the discussion lends itself to how can we make it better? What can we do?
Yeah, and I think, you know, your comment was right on. Let's focus on similarities and not differences and work from there. And, you know, anybody can join the NAACP. You said membership's your lifeblood. I'm a member of the London chapter. Anybody can join, and, you know, is there a website that people can go on? And
I think we lost her. That I don't know. Maybe something on her end with her phone, Paul. So, but she kind of dropped. If she comes back on, we'll bring her. Again, we're going to continue this conversation pretty much all morning long, all the way till 12, maybe even depending upon how it goes, even beyond. And again, we'll start taking a lot more phone calls when we bring in the next group of folks to talk about different things. Tom Moysey will join us in a bit. Whitney Coleman, William Gregory will join us. Paul is going to sit in as well. Brendan Saunders, who's running for a political office, great guy. He'll be with us. Frank Dallas a little bit later on. Ernestine Holloway. And again, an author of the Law Enforcement Today, Kyle Reyes, will be with us. And then the group who actually have put together both the Norwich and the London Black Lives Matter protests will be with us before we wrap it up. Right now on the phone with us, though, and I'm very happy that she's able to stick around for a couple more seconds. Lea Ralls is with us, and I just wanted to give Lea the opportunity to give the NAACP website that she is in charge of, so folks can go take a look at that.
Hi. Thanks again for bringing me back on. We are in the process of building our website. Our 3 years old. So we are just kind of getting things into technology. However, people can to me at NAACP2016B@gmail.com. And before I hang up, I just want to say that the Wyndham branch is working with the town council on making some changes within our own police department to combat against police brutality and to reduce the potential of murder when dealing with a Black individual in our community.
Well, thank you for all of that, and I appreciate that. And again, anytime you need to get the word out on anything, you please let us know, okay?
Certainly will.
Thank you. Have a great day, and thank you for being part of the show today. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry that your phone kept going sideways on us, but we'll catch up with you down the road. By the way, we're up on Facebook again if you guys want to check out what it looks like here in the studio and see Paul Formica and Juan Roman, who are sitting in front of the mic. Tom Moysey will join us as soon as we can sort of get back on schedule and get all to that. But we do have a couple folks who have been waiting on hold forever, so let's go to Judy in Mystic real quick. Judy, how are you?
Yes, my question is this. I have a friend who's a darker color than I am, and she has lots of friends who are that color too. And what happens with her is she says they judge each other by how dark the hue is amongst themselves. What's going on with that, I'm wondering? And also, if they decide to take away Christopher Columbus in Columbus Square in London, why don't they replace it with a Martin Luther King statue?
I'll let you want to answer that one, Juan? You want a Martin Luther King statue in downtown New London?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but, you know, in the end, I'm not putting a whole lot of value in any statues anyways. So I know that, you know, that would be something that was mentioned earlier about families who are almost at odds with each other now, because if you're not angry enough, if you're not, I guess, you know, conflicted enough, as I said, my hope is in the Lord. So I am not going to be miserable and distressed. People ask me how I'm doing. I say I'm doing tremendous. but I understand the situation in our world is not tremendous. And people need to understand you should be able to separate the two. As far as the difference, you know, I thought it's great. This is a perfect example of being politically correct. Because she said, I have a friend who's darker than me. So does that mean you're white and she's black? I don't even know. But I'm trying to understand that. And then her friends are maybe different complexions than her. You know, so bottom line is this. Unfortunately, racism is something we created. If I look at it biblically, we're all from the same couple. Adam and Eve, you know, coming off of the ark, Noah, go out and, you know, multiply and be fruitful and multiply. So we're all from that, but we have different colors. You know, I recently said to one of my son's college teammates, I went to visit his family last year in California, and they have 2 dogs. The 2 dogs look nothing alike, but they're both canines. And Moysey and I look nothing alike, but we're both human beings. But unfortunately, we have put this color thing and made racism what it is. And unfortunately, and I think a lot of the resentment with the different shades in the black community is that means you have some white in you. That means you're a little lighter skin. And, you know, and again, it's like, well, you got that good hair. And I've said it. You know, I look at my kids sometimes and say they look more Latino than, you know, black or white to me. So unfortunately, though, again, we create that. This need not be an issue, but it is because a sinful man is what he is.
All right, let me grab our guest because Whitney Coleman is on. Whitney, how are you?
Good, how are you?
We're doing
Thanks for
good.
having me.
Very good. So, are you by yourself on this line?
I also have William Gregory.
All right, William, how are you?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
So one of the guys in the studio is somebody's father-in-law, right?
That's my favorite son-in-law. Good morning, Whitney. Good morning. Have you on? Good morning, William. How are you?
Hey, Paul. Good morning, sir. How are you doing? It's great to hear from you.
Good to hear from you. I know you're well working hard, and thank you for spending some time with us on this today. This is a very important conversation, and Whitney, I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
All right, so I appreciate you guys reaching out, and because we didn't get a chance to really talk off there. Is there a place you want to begin? I mean, you got something that you want to sort of throw out there that we can hammer around?
Nothing that I can really think of. I mean, you know, William and I are both college athletes. I know you were an athlete yourself. We both played basketball, and we were just kind of conversating about, you know, race in sports, and how a lot of people say it doesn't necessarily exist there, and we feel as if it does. I don't know how you feel on that as a former baseball player.
No, I definitely think it exists, but I think it's a different sort of dynamic, right? I mean, I think players, the higher you get, at least this is what I always felt, was that the higher you got in your vocation, the more you just wanted to win, and you know, it was about there was a different element. But I certainly think, and you guys probably know this too, I mean, there are certain cliques inside of a locker room or inside of a clubhouse, and sadly, sometimes everybody doesn't get together, right? Some folks never actually do get together, and it's weird because everywhere I ended up going, my roommates were always black, so it never really was a part of the equation for me. But I could always see how it would be for somebody else, right? I don't know if you guys ran across that same thing. I don't know. Did you?
Well, I think what happens is, you know, you're as a team, you guys have each other's backs, right? And that's my teammate. I'm there for him. Skin color doesn't really play an issue. But then you don't know what that teammate may feel when he or she goes home, and is taught, you know, by their parents or the people they're around. They may hide it in certain situations. I know I've definitely played in different cities where it wasn't a warm welcome,
right?
You know, and now we're hearing stories of guys like, you know, Torrey Hunter and Major League Baseball, who had a no trade clause to Boston because he just didn't feel safe there. You know, and you hear stories of Bill Russell and Lenny Wilkes, guys who played for the Celtics, who didn't attend their championship parades because they weren't looked at as you know, as equal. We're talking about two NBA legends,
right?
You know, so it's tough.
Well, is it better now though? Do you think it's better now than certainly better now than when Bill Russell played? The Torrey Hunter,
absolutely.
The Torrey Hunter comment seems. I mean, I believe him. Why would I not believe him? But it seems hard to believe that, kids would be yelling all kinds of ugly, nasty stuff at a player, the N-word this and the N-word that, and then nobody around them would make that right. Doesn't seem like that's even possible.
Because I'm not racist.
Yeah.
I just don't stand up to racist things. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Why wouldn't someone say it? And
exactly.
And I don't mean to cut you
No,
folks
go
off.
ahead.
This is your
By the
time.
way, this is Juan Roman. Also, guys, he's also a great athlete in college and high school as well. So
I'm about great athlete, but but that's it right there. That I'm not racist. I just see this dude calling this guy this, but even more so, then when it's reported, it's minimized.
Yeah.
It's denied.
Yeah, but there's certain levels.
Oh, he didn't
There's
really
certain
mean
levels
that.
of that, Juan. So, and I totally understand what you're saying, but if somebody says, all right, so somebody's out in the right field bleachers,
right,
and they say, these people, they never hustle, right? Okay, that's bad, but I can see where folks will kind of ignore that.
Okay.
But if that same guy says, those ends always, they never run things out, no one's letting anybody get away with that anymore.
You're wrong, bro. Because they don't want to mess up their comfort zone.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I sit here, like I said, I don't like making it about Juan Roman's experiences, but I think of another time being in court after hours.
Right.
And I go in there to get some records, and a woman looks to me and she's like, "What are you doing in here?" And I said, "Oh, I just came to get some records." She goes, "I'm surprised they even let you in here." Now, you know what? Her saying that, okay, she says that. But what bothers me is that the prosecutor that witnessed that, when I filed my complaint against her, it was deemed a disagreement. I don't know what disagreeable I did. I was just trying to do my job.
Right.
But that's my thing. So you're saying, I can't believe someone wouldn't say something, even if you don't say anything. But when later on I filed that complaint and you can somehow sugarcoat that, or I don't quite remember. Oh yeah, that's the problem. But again, as I said, I don't want people thinking Juan Roman's an angry black man. I have a great life. I have a great family, and I have a great guy.
Right.
But the bottom line is, you can't ignore what is being done here.
And I think that's what the conversation is about now. This is the spark that's happened across this country. Is this conversation needs to happen? And we were Sunday at the rally in Niantic with you and I, and some of the conversations there, mostly by kids in their younger 20s, coming out of East Lyme High School in particular, talked about the discomfort that they felt in that school system. And as an athlete, typically athletes, get looked up to by most people, and it doesn't matter. And, you and I talked offline, and, I think you're one of the greatest people that I've ever met. And, I was surprised at some of your comments. Maybe you want to revisit that a little bit and talk about that. We have the coach here. He's probably familiar. Some of those feelings that people don't even think about it, from my perspective.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear those young African Americans talk about some of their experiences at East Lyme, because I've had the same one, 10 years earlier. I never really felt supported at East Lyme High School. I remember when I was there, we had an African American assistant principal, Miss Thomas, and then I was a good kid, and I was constantly sent out of class for talking or for minor things like that. And then when I would get there, she would give me a Saturday detention or something more extreme. And I remember asking her one time, why are you so hard on me? And she said, I have to be harder on you. Because you're not going to get the same passes that the rest of the student body gets. And I didn't understand it at that time. As a young kid, I just was like, I'm being singled out. But I think that she was trying to get at the core of what it's really all about. Being a young African-American man in America, you're held to a higher standard. You have to be almost perfect to get the same level of treatment that, an average white student is privileged to. And that, is something that's kind of traveled me throughout my education. And I think as my life has kind of moved towards that, the further I've gone away from sports. When you play sports and you step on the court or you step on the field, and the lights turn on, you're in control. As soon as you step away from that and you enter the working world, somebody else is kind of writing the framework for your life. it was interesting to hear those young kids speak, and I think that there's, we have a long way to go.
You may have to mute your phone. I don't know if there is there.
Somebody's surfing on the back of a tractor trailer. Sounds like.
Yeah. Make sure you.
That's all right.
Is that you, Will, in your car?
That's all right.
Yeah, I think so. My apologies.
That's okay. That's okay. I just want to say I'm surprised too. I mean, listen, Paul, you ran East Line for the longest time. It seems like that's one of the places that I would least expect to see someone treated differently. I don't know why. I just feel like that's the case.
And as first selectman, it was the greatest job I think I've ever had, and I never heard that. I never experienced that. I never heard my kids talk about it. I never heard the kids that worked for me at the restaurant talk about it. And to hear that conversation, one after another, I'm thinking, well, that's why are we not aware of this? And what can we do to be more aware of this? And we're looking for a principal at East Lyme High School. The great principal that was there for a long time has gone on to other opportunities. Maybe there's an opportunity to broaden our characteristics here and look at who we hire. And I think it's important. I don't know, Juan, are you seeing the same thing down in New London in your school? I mean, it's a different demographic to a certain extent, but it's the same, isn't it?
Well, no, I know that, like professional sports and all their areas, they're starting to say they would like to see the people working there be more reflective of the demographic of the school. And they're saying that in sports now, and they're making all these, reforms to try to even get that, even offering higher draft picks to try to do that. And I'm not in agreement with all of those things. But I think it's interesting. I make a lot of comparisons, and I refer to a lot of things to try to make it understandable, at least in my world, and hopefully help others. But there was a song, and I want to say late 70s, early 80s. I should probably know the when, but I was a young man. And the message, and it said, "Don't push me. I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. It's like the jungle sometimes makes me wonder how I keep from going under." And people ignored it. And I don't want to be disrespectful to you and politicians of the world, but now we're sparking conversation. That's why the message became F the police. Because you weren't hearing us when we said don't push us. Now it's F the police. And now it's like rioting and defunding police departments and all that. We're going to have the clergy and social workers. Talk to the clergy and the social workers. Do you want to run into the house when a dude's killing someone? No. I mean, it's so ridiculous. But, we'll get to, I know as a probation officer, I didn't like becoming a social worker, trying to have me do something else. That's not what I got hired to do. But because we're trying to do everything for everyone, we're getting to a point where we're not doing things well. Do what you do well. And if you're a doctor, I don't need you changing my oil. I'm not saying you can't make me change my oil, but you know what? I'll get the mechanic to change my oil. And that's my thing is that in the end, we're acting surprised. We're like, now we need to spark this change, which is why there's so much anger, because they've known about it and have ignored it. Black people have known about it and almost accepted it. And it's been like, well, that's just the way it is. And as I said, when you do file a complaint, if it's hush-hush to put away, I mean, I had to deal with that woman in the courthouse for the rest of my career, but I always knew this is who she really is now. Though it was a disagreement,
right.
I now know that, I can't ever hope to aspire to date this woman. And it was like, it's a joke. It's like, you know what? It's just the craziness of it. But I will say this. This is the slap in the face in racist situations. I dated a girl in high school. Poor girl. I dated a girl in high school whose brother beat her up because she was dating me because of the color of my skin. That's terrible. But what's more insulting is 30 years later when I run into that brother in, Ocean Pizza, and he's like, "Oh man, you're doing great things as a coach. I heard how great your kids are doing. I'm proud of you." Yeah. Now, you see, because I'm a Christian, this is why people need to know God really does exist. Because I didn't punch him in the mouth. But I'm sitting there going like, really, bro? Do you think I don't remember? You're proud of me. Thanks a lot. And so if people are uncomfortable hearing some of those stories, which is why I don't like telling all my stories, because I don't want to make it about me. But I realize today, this issue needs to be known for what it is. And as I said, though, in the end, I'm always going to, if I'm talking to somebody, I'm always going to point them to the Lord. There's nothing that politicians or anyone else can do for me that the Lord can't do for me. And unfortunately, we need to get that for more people. You know, I want someone earlier who I wouldn't agree with some of the stuff they said, but he said, get in the churches. And I'll tell you right now, all churches aren't sound. And all that's being taught in all these churches, I wouldn't agree with. There's racism in churches. There's isms in churches. But if you're in a Bible-believing, teaching the Word of God and taking it for what it says, not what you want to make it say. You know, I've seen the Oprah Winfrey show where I can beat my wife because, no, you can't beat your wife. No, that's not something you can do. You know, and things of that nature. And even today, as I was looking at different things, when Jesus turned over the tables, you can be angry without sin. You want to protest, fine. Don't burn up everybody's joint.
Right.
Don't throw a brick to somebody's window. Don't assault police officers. Because, you know, it's funny. We want to defund, you know, New London police officers who had nothing to do with what happened in Minneapolis. You know, the anger.
Hang that thought. I got to take a one caller. He's been holding on a long time, and then I got to get to a break. I'm running super late. So, Mike in New London, you're up, Mike. How are you?
Listen, I'll be real quick, be real focused. I got up early to listen to the show so far, and I got to go to a doctor's appointment, so I want to get my comments in. My wife popped the popcorn, broke out the beer, and listened to the clown show. It's a clown show because the one caller who called in and said, listen here, if you got a problem, tell us what it is. The whole predicate is that white people are bad. And I applaud you for saying, listen here, I'm a white guy. I don't have white guilt. And you're absolutely right. Because when they said, listen here, give me an example. You pressed them. Give me an example of what's bad. And all of a sudden they launch into all these talking points. And then Curtis Blow says, well, the fact that you said these people shows your microaggression. I may be stupid, but these, they, those, and them is part of proper English. That's why you can't take these people seriously, especially your upcoming guest who thinks he's the arbiter of everything black, and Passero, who's a weak-kneed, lily-livered snowflake, who's going to allow them to take down the Columbus statue in deference to the Italian community. No wonder people want to move to Montana. That's all I got to say. You're having a good show, and it's all manufactured outrage.
All right, Mike. Thank you very much. Mike from New London. Always a pleasure. Whitney, and wait, I got to run, but any last words from these guys before I got to go?
The Curtis Blow reference might be racist.
I think that callers or people that feel the way that callers felt, they need to look inward and try to put themselves in somebody else's shoes. Because, you know, I listened to his question or what he was saying and tried to understand his perspective. And my first thought is not, aggression. It's to try to understand why he's thinking that way. And I think he should do the same. He didn't have the same upbringing that we had. We live in two different Americas, and that's okay. That's what this conversation is about.
All right, guys, anything else? Because I got to run. I'm running late.
I just want to say thank you. If anybody has any question of how we're feeling, take a look at Jane Elliott. She's a very, very accomplished speaker and author. She does a blue-eyed, brown-eyed experiment available on YouTube. Will put you in the perspective that we look for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys coming on today. I got to run. I'll be right back. More with Juan, Tom Moysey, Paul Formica here in the studio. We also have Brendan Saunders joining us in just a bit. Stick around. All right, everybody. So we're trying to sort of keep this thing moving in a right direction. So we have a studio filled with folks. If you want to watch on Facebook, we're still live. Paul, I want to thank Paul Kramm again for putting this all together. I think you guys can comment on Facebook. I hope you can. And again, Paul Formica is here with us in the studio. And we're going to bring on Tom Moysey, who's been very patient and kind enough. I gave him like 19 different times to come in. I kept texting him and changing the time. And then he gets here and I got to change it again. So, Tom, thank you very much for coming in and giving us a little bit of a police perspective as we move forward. But you're going to stay too, right? All right. So I want to just kind of keep moving with Paul. And I know you got a bunch of stories, but we do have a couple people who've been waiting on hold forever. So let me grab a call right now. If you want to call in, you can. Walter is up in Norwich. Walter, good morning.
Yeah, hi, Lee.
Hi.
Yeah, good program.
Thanks.
Yeah. Hey, I've noticed, your black guests, when somebody white calls in and want to have a little dialogue, they try to position them, to put them on a defensive. A couple of your first guests, called one man biased because of the way he questioned or said something. It's going back to what I said before. There's a big difference between socializing and racism. And I think this program, it shouldn't be for racism, it should be for socializing. And then we can all, have dialogue here back and forth and everything, what our different feelings are and so forth, and we'll resolve the differences. But we're not going to go anywhere, if somebody is looking just to position themselves and everything else to put you on the defensive. I mean, that's no fun.
Paul, any thoughts on that?
Well, the whole idea is communication and collaboration, and that's really, what we have to talk about. And, the coach was just talking a few minutes ago about politicians and conversations and, what are we doing and how are we having them? Let's look back. I graduated high school in 1971. In the midst of that movement, Dr. King was carrying the conversation, and we were having that conversation as a country, and we've not come as far as we should since then. It's been underlying in a lot of ways. It's been blatant in a lot of ways. Racism on, everywhere. And, this incident happens in Minneapolis, and it triggers an awakening in the violence, and that's how I'm looking at it. The violence was unacceptable and should never happen in this country. But if social media was around when Dr. King was around, I think the conversation would be different today than it was now, because it's the awareness is able to get out there. People are able to share their feeling, and there's so much more support for anti-racism than there is for racism, in my view. And the conversation about violence is what triggered it, and that's where the protests come from. But the conversations that Whitney talked about today, and those kids that I listened to on the Green last Sunday, that the underlying discomfort that people of color feel in communities like East Lyme around the country, that's where this conversation needs to get to, because that's how we're going to manifest change. And we're going to manifest change by having this all out in the open, have everybody, say what they feel, and to the caller's point, without putting people on the defensive. And that's a difficult conversation. I have 3 daughters. Are you kidding me? It's hard to have conversations and keep things going when emotions run.
Right.
So these kind of shows, Lee, this is perfect. This is exactly what this country needs. It should be happening everywhere.
No. Listen, I appreciate you helping put it together, because we started to talk about it last time you were on, and then sort of you took it in a direction, and I appreciated that, and you got some of these great guests in here, including your son-in-law and a few others. So, by the way, 860-464-9490, 631-317-1949 if you guys want to call in and talk. Again, Senator Paul Formica is with us, and we're chatting about, and I think you make a great point about social media too, because it's that whole platform has caused this thing to explode. I mean, you just turn on Facebook or Twitter, and not only do you get the video, but you also get commentary from 300 million people. I mean, 300 million people have something to say about everything. Yeah. And it really, it fuels an anger, right? I would think.
And it should fuel the conversation. And, the thing that struck me is my daughter and Whitney, who I love beyond anything, say that, I'm concerned about bringing black babies into this country, into this world. And I want to hug that grandson or granddaughter. I want to be able to hold that. I want that safety, just like anybody else wants a safety for their kids. And, that broke my heart. That told me that I got to do something to be better about communicating. And your conversation with me last week gave us the opportunity to develop this show.
Sure.
And you have done more work than I have on it. But this is where we need to be, and this is so that everybody can hug their babies and their children and be together and work together and live together.
All right, let's bring on Tom, change the narrative a little bit, but if you got to flip back and we can go back and forth. But Tom, how many years in the state police did you serve?
I did 20.
20.
all on the road, all on patrol.
Yep.
I worked with Juan, probation, parole guys across the board, and I reach out to you because I'm more right now about addressing the training aspect and touch a little bit about the Constitution as it applies to a police officer or a state trooper. You have to understand these guys are under a lot of stress out there.
Right.
Like Juan says, you're not going to get a social worker to go in that door with you. Even the parole guys will call a uniformed officer to go through that door first. You're not going to get the social aspect in the heightened moment. Having said that, you have to understand here, I understand this is a worldwide problem, a national problem, and we're a microcosm of society in any police force, wherever that police force is. And New London is a microcosm of the PD is a microcosm of New London itself. Outstanding police force. Over the years, those of you that grew up in New London and me as a trooper in the early 90s, the change is unbelievable in what went on in New London. And that all comes from the training aspect. Connecticut State Police has, I can argue about, is probably the best state police or police academy in the country. We have more hours, more training, more aspects, and like Juan says, he experience, we have to put on, wear that state police hat, but also you look on the back of any cruiser and you'll see 17, 18 more hats that we have to put on in the performance of our duty.
Right.
And that's not what we were there for, but the society holds us to a higher level in all those aspects. So if you go to a scene and there's a child that's crying, you have to know how to deal with a 3-year-old that just witnessed mommy getting beat up. You go to a scene, you have to deal with a 17-year-old that has a drug problem and mommy can't control them anymore. And as soon as you get in the door, they're going to tell you how to do your job. So the training aspect of that teaches you how to deal with all of that. And here's something the listeners are going to sit back and say, there's no way. There's no way. There are more police out there in the Midwest, Southern U.S. and Midwest, on patrol that have not had formal training. They didn't go to an academy. There's actually police forces in the Midwest that don't require you to go to any police academy.
It's insane.
It's crazy this is why you're seeing these guys, when they get in a situation, all these, especially these young officers, you see the picture of that guy in Texas, and they're reaching for their weapon when they're in an argument. That's it. No, we use verbal judo as our phrase with the state in our training. Why are you reaching for a weapon? He's talking to you. His hands are empty. He can't shoot you with his feet. He can't shoot you with his waistband.
Right.
His hands are empty. There's no reason why you have your hand on your weapon. You just took it to another level when you did it. You're supposed to de-escalate, not bring it. Now, having said that, if you pick up a pen, by statute, that's considered a dangerous instrument. You can kill somebody with a big pen. If you pick up the pen and you threaten to stab me, now as a police officer, we're allowed to take it to the next level. So what I see on the news, and I see people screaming on Facebook about, well, that 75-year-old man was told to back up. I think they're saying 13 or 14 times. He was issued a direct order. When a police officer gives you a direct order, whether you like it or not, you can deal with it later. You are to obey that order. If it's a lawful order and he says step back, you need to step back. The police do not have to. Juan does not have to. In the performance of his duty, he does not have to retreat. A police officer is not required to step back for you.
Right.
A civilian is. Somebody draws a weapon, your first instinct is to flee. That's the way the law is written. You get a gun pointed at you. If you can escape, you escape. But a probation officer, a parole officer, a police officer, a trooper on duty does not have to retreat. You see them. Sometimes it's, you get more bees with honey. and it's a better route. Maybe step back, see if you can de-escalate, give them a shot at it. We have different techniques in different situations.
Right.
But understand when you're dealing with the public, not everybody knows the rules and the laws and the Constitution like they think they know. And so when a police officer is on the screen and he does something, all of a sudden we got all these Facebook keyboard cops, I call them. They all know what's going on.
Right.
Now, that incident that sparked this whole thing out there, listen, I'm not here to talk about the race aspect. I'm back broader picture. Those cops that were standing next to him should have said, look it, why do you have your knee on him? He's forcing, you can see in the video where he's forcing his knee into the guy. He's not kicking, he's not moving, he's not resisting. He's handcuffed like when the bracelets are on,
right,
the game changes. I don't care what happened before that. He's in custody. He's actually in your care. You handcuff somebody and another cop comes along and punches them while they're handcuffed, that's on you,
right?
Because that's your prisoner. You have an obligation to protect that person from the other guys around there that have gotten this heightened adrenaline flowing and everything else. And it happens. I'm not going to deny it. It happens at different scenes. But for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, you got to put your knee in the guy. Listen, I'm not here to adjust the racism. I'm here to address the fact that this guy's giving cops a bad name.
Right.
That's not necessary. In the training aspect, people are saying, well, he wasn't trained right. That PD, we abolished. Somebody can call in or text me or something if I remember. I was at Troop E when it happened. I remember them banning the chokehold.
Right.
We trained with it. We had it. We could, if we pinch off both your carotid arteries, we could put you to sleep in a second. We used to do it in the cell block when guys were trying to hurt themselves. And they were getting violent, and they would smack their head on a steel wall or the bars in cells 3 and 4 at the troop, or some old school steel. They'd split their head wide open. And we would put them to sleep if there was no other. We didn't have capstun. We didn't have tasers. We didn't have all that stuff. But you have to be able to change with the times. When we got the right equipment, that's what that equipment was for, was to eliminate that stuff. But you had to be really careful even when you were doing those techniques. They actually taught us how to do it, but not cut off the airway. Juan's shaking his head. He remembers that we were trained on how to do that. And we did away with it. So now you have to go to something else. And one of the first things they tell you in the academy is you don't punch somebody. Well, that's not one of your techniques. Now, do we get in fights? Yeah, we have to. But that, from a technical training aspect, that's not an approved technique. So get rid of it.
All right. Listen, we're going to come back more with this. This is interesting stuff. We'll continue this conversation after the top of the hour. Brendan Saunders will join us. Frank Dallas will join us this hour. Ernestine Holloway will join us this hour. Of course, Juan Roman is still here. Senator Formica is here. You guys can call in. If you're trying to find us on Facebook, I understand there's a couple of issues, but you should be able to find us. If not, send me a personal message. I'll try to direct you in the right direction. All right, so we're going long today. I told you we're going to go at least to 12 noon, and probably we'll wrap it up. But we're doing a show, race, police, relations, all of that. You can call in 860-464-9490, 631-317-1949. We've already had on, I think, 20-something guests already, which is amazing. Paul Formica is sitting here in the studio, Senator Paul Formica. State Trooper Tom Moysey is with us as well. We're going to get back to him and talk a little bit more about that. Brendan Saunders has just arrived. He's our next guest. Ernestine Holloway is here as well, and we'll chat with her. Juan Roman on the sidelines. Paul Kramm pushing all the buttons. We're on Facebook as well, so you can watch what's going on in the studio. But, Paul, before we switch out the mics, and please stay as long as you like as well, but Dan writes in, he wants me to ask you, we had talked about this earlier, and you weren't on the mic then, but could you ask Paul what he thinks about school choice?
You know, I think that's an opportunity that we have to give everybody. People should have the choice if they want to go to whatever school they want to go to, and if it's within their community or outside of their community. I don't see an issue with people making that choice for themselves and the family.
So I gave the example earlier. You're in Bridgeport. For some reason, you want to go to East Lyme High School. it should be. I totally think that person should be able to go to East Lyme High School if they want to, as long as they can get there. Right. To a certain, there's going to come a certain time when you can't accept any more of those kids. You know, it's going to, if East Lyme is such a great school, you can't have 10,000 people going to East Lyme. But I think you should be afforded that opportunity too. It seems like it makes sense to me, right?
And I think your earlier conversation a few hundred guests ago this morning it's about money and it's about transportation, and transportation costs money. And how do you do that? And if you sometimes live in Bridgeport, maybe you don't have the opportunity to drive an hour and 10 minutes one way and an hour and 10 minutes another because you got to work. Right. You can't give that up. So, you know, can we send a bus down to Bridgeport for one person? Those are the conversations that you have to have realistically. But, you know, can we open it up? Can we do a better job? Can we promote schools like East Lyme to be available in places like Bridgeport or Hartford so that people don't feel the need to send them an hour away? You know, we should be able to do that. And I think that's where the magnet school concept kind of came from. So, you know, to try to up the quality of education. But education is 70, 75, 80% of small towns' budgets. And it crowds out a lot, and it's always, you know, there are always being issues fought against funding. And, you know, especially now with this pandemic is causing a huge backlog, $1 billion backwards in the state of Connecticut from one quarter to the next. They fund 50% of education, and you know, so where are we going with that? And again, it's about money, but we have to do a better job.
All right, Senator, as always, thank you very much, and again, I appreciate you being with us the entire morning. I hope you can stick around and hang out with us for as long as you want. We got a lot of things still coming in the next couple hours, but I wanted to circle back to you, Tom, just for a couple seconds before we bring on Brendan Saunders. I asked this question earlier. We had a gentleman who served in the police force for 20 plus years like yourself, and he's written a book. I asked him, when you're out there, do you racially profile?
Absolutely not.
No, he said yes, by the way.
He said yes? Well, that's on him, because listen, I get one of my good friends sitting right to the right side of me here, and he worked with me side by side. There's no excuse for that kind of stuff. The bad guy's a bad guy. That's what I'm talking about in Minneapolis. That cop's a bad cop. I'm talking from the perspective of police work, police ethics. If that guy was white, green, purple, doesn't matter. You hold your knee on somebody's back for 8 minutes and 46 seconds when he's not moving, he's not resisting, he's not doing anything. That, I'm here to talk about the aspect of that cop being a bad cop, period. And I understand where the rest of it goes from there. I'm just taking a step back and telling you that is absolutely crazy. There isn't a cop out there, I don't care how corrupt they are, that they're going to say that was any justification in anything that cop did. Right. That's crazy stuff right there. He should be terminated, gone, and charged, doing whatever they can make stick on him. He gives cops a bad name because they're not. They're not doing it out there. I'll give you an example. I'm running a laser on the highway. I can hit a tractor trailer 2,600 feet away. Okay? Now, you all know that 5,280 is a mile. I'm hitting you with a laser 2,600 feet away. That's a half a mile. Now, I'm old. My eyes have gone. But I can't tell you who's driving that tractor trailer 2,600 feet away. A car, common distance we try to get with the laser, 1,800 feet on most small cars. I can't tell you how many occupants, what color, what they're doing, drinking. Who knows what they're doing in the car? I know at the time that you're a speeding motor vehicle on the highway. So when I jump out to pull you over, all I know is that I've got to catch up to your speed to safely pull you over, pick where we do this so that I don't endanger your life, because like I said earlier, once I detain you and I pull your car over, I'm responsible for you. If I put your life in danger by my action, that's on me. And that's what training does for us, is it teaches us that's not the safe spot to pull somebody over. So to say that, no, absolutely not. I totally disagree with that. And that's just my opinion, my perspective. Are there cops out there that do? Obviously, there are.
Well, I think maybe if I took the word racial out of it and just change it to profiling, do you profile? In other words, are you looking for certain people in certain neighborhoods who are doing certain things? It doesn't have to be black, white. If somebody white it's 21-year-old white kid is driving around 3 a.m., in let's say more of an urban section. I know that's a bad word now. Urban section of New Haven. He's probably looking for something, isn't he? I mean, you're probably paying attention to him because he's not supposed to be there.
Absolutely. That's what, when you write a warrant out for somebody, that's what you put in the warrant. My training and experience.
Right.
If I'm in a neighborhood out in Preston at 3 p.m. and a kid in a ratty car, the plates hanging off sideways, and they go by me on James Road, I'm going to stop that car. Because he's in the neighborhood. It's known for burglaries. It's 3 p.m, 2 to 3 p.m. before anybody gets home.
Right.
I don't look and go, oh, that's a black guy. Oh, that's a white kid. I don't know. Right. That's somebody in a neighborhood where there's been a lot of burglaries, and I'm going to pull that car over. Your license plate's hanging sideways. Can you tell me about that? And then you develop information. You develop leads, and you go from there. If it's, oh, yeah, no, I just got to run down to the store real quick, and the story comes out legitimate, hey, you get a warning, you get a ticket, you get to address the situation, and you're gone.
Right.
So yes, to that extent, people have demonized that word profiling, but at 3 a.m, old days before the days of the casino, 2 to 3 a.m. on a Friday or Saturday night, a car goes by you, you look at them, you go, you know what? You've been drinking.
Exactly.
And
you're right.
Right. So it's not, you don't say, oh, that's a black guy, he must be drinking.
Right.
No, there's a car goes by you at 3 a.m. on Friday or Saturday. Right. You know they've been to Rosie's Diner and had a burger and they're half in the bag, and you go after them. That's to that extent, absolutely. If you call that profiling, then that's a certain profile. But to profile somebody operating a car because they're black or they're white or they're Chinese or they're Indian, that's crazy.
Okay, two different worlds, two different things.
That's ludicrous.
All right, so listen, I want to grab a call because Tony D is one of our regulars. He wanted to weigh in for a couple minutes on a couple things. Tony, good morning.
And ladies and gentlemen, a terrific show and a terrific thing that you're doing. God bless you all.
Thank you, buddy. What's on your mind? What you want to
I'll
throw
tell
in?
you something. In this whole debate of race, whenever people like to pull, I like to call it, we say revisionist history. It's actually the canceling of history. And everybody's an expert. And I say to them, do you know what September 5th, 1967 is? They weren't even born. No, what are you talking about? I said, that was the day that schools were integrated in my town, Stamford, Connecticut, throughout the United States. And here we were, we're little white kids. We're going to school like, we're terrified. What are these kids going to do to us? And the thing is, when you got there and when you were with the kids and when you played with them and you worked with them, you came over your house, it's like, hey, man, they're just like us. They're families. I mean, as a matter of fact, their families are a lot more together than a lot of our families were. I can go on about that. But the whole thing is, I just wish, and I'm just going to leave you with this one thought. Can we stop with the generalizations? There is good and bad in everything. One of my most beloved friends and clients in this practice, I've had him for 30 years, is a retired state police sergeant. The last thing we worked on, he was getting screwed by a dirty cop. So it's like, get over the labels, people. There's good and bad in everything. And that's all I wanted to say.
Tony, great call, my friend.
Take care.
Thank you, pal. You got it. Tony, Tuesdays. He joins usually at 6:30, but lately we've had at 7 because he's doing some extra work, but good stuff. All right, I got to take a quick break. Again, we'll come right back. We'll pay some bills, and we'll come back with our good pal, Brendan Saunders, who's running against Mr. Needleman. Needleman, right? That's his name? Yeah. Sure. Who spent, I think, almost over $1 million to get that seat last go-around. We'll chat with Brendan next. Hang on.
See Route 1 in Mystic or BruceDeLon.com.
All right, so we're back. Again, we're going to get to Brendan Saunders in just 1 second. I know I got to keep pushing everybody around because we got so much to talk about. And believe it or not, in 7 hours, we don't have enough time. But Tom Moysey wanted to add another thing to the conversation. And in particular, so we had talked about this with a couple of our doctors that we had on this week, that George Floyd had fentanyl in his system. And fentanyl, what it does is it suppresses the ability to breathe. Actually, it's part of what it does, in addition to knocking you out. But you have that same experience in some of the folks you've arrested, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I could tell you firsthand that, and I have a scar on my left forearm from the bite mark. Up in the valley of the A's, there's the old-time troopers know that up behind on Lathrop Road, up off of 138, that's a storage facility now. It used to be the Griswold Airport. When you go around behind the Griswold Airport and down into the pond down there, there was a group of houses that were A-frames, and they were in a sort of a semicircle, and it was known as the Valley of the A's. Well, I got sent in there as a rookie at 4 a.m. And obviously up there at that time I had 4 towns all by myself. I had Griswold, Voluntown, Sprague, and Lisbon. It was one trooper, all by myself. So my backup was down in Montville. And if you drive that section of the highway, that's 20 to 25 minutes at trooper speed to get somebody to me. So I go down in there, and the complaint comes as a female going door to door trying to get in the houses. And I pull in, I light up the spotlight. We didn't have cameras or anything at that time, otherwise I'd bring the video, but she's going from deck to deck, going to the doors, trying to get in, thinking they're her house or her apartment at the time, and doesn't know where she is. So I confront her before she gets to the next door, and out of nowhere, off these wooden decks they used to have, she's on top of me. Now, if she weighed 94, 95 pounds, that was a lot. She had some wet clothes on to get there, all right? And want to talk about messing with a rattlesnake. She destroyed me. Listen, I'm a little heavier now than I was then, but I'm 6 foot. When I had a uniform on, I went on patrol at 6 foot, 260, 270, and this little girl, well, she was a woman, destroyed me. She bit my left arm, and it was a winter. I had on an Under Armour shirt, a Long John shirt, and the state police wool uniform, which is high quality. She bit through all 3 layers. I have a scar here on my arm to prove it. Ripped my epaulette off, my whistle chain, my badge, everything. I could not get her handcuffed. We rolled in that parking lot around. I could not get this. I got one on. I could not get the second handcuff on her. Rick Nicholson shows up, another old timer, and we go rounding around with this girl until we finally get her handcuffed. We put her in the back seat. We're waiting for an ambulance because she's obviously on something. And we're waiting for an ambulance. We slide her in Rick Nicholson's back seat, and she kicks out the right rear window of his cruiser. Now we got to take her back out of the car. As a diver, I had rope in my trunk, so we hog-tie her to get her feet bent up behind her, and so she can't do any more damage.
Actually, where was this again?
It's called the Valley of the A's. It's off of Lathrop Road.
It sounds like a girl I dated like when I was in my 20s.
You were a while back then. Juan tried to date her, and she wouldn't.
Well, no one will date Juan. We know that.
I'll date Juan. I would date Juan. You know.
All right. So what was the end result?
So, we take her. We get her in the ambulance, and we have to put her in 4-point restraints because you can't handcuff. The ambulance crew won't transport someone handcuffed.
Okay.
They have to be put in soft restraints to the gurney. 4 of us to get her strapped into this gurney. All right. She gets down to Bacchus. We get in there. They go into the room, the holding pens there, their rubber room with the padding all over everything, and they bring her off the gurney. And the 2 security guards that take her there, she beats the snot out of 2 nurses and 2 of the security guards at Bacchus, and they call us again. Since it's my prisoner, I have to go in from the lobby. The doctor's in there, and he's trying to get some Narcan in her. And finally, 6 of us pin her down. 95 pounds. He gets the Narcan in her. They do a tox screen on her blood, and it was an acute cocaine high laced with PCP. Okay? Now, if you want a Monday morning quarterback, a cop, from your couch, and try to tell me that you think you could handle somebody out there, listen, there's The applications are wide open. The State Department of Labor, sign up and come show me how to do this. Because the first person comes at you, and Juan knows all too well, when they're whacked out on whatever they're on, it's on.
Right.
You're in a whole different element here. You've got to survive. I'm going home to my 2 daughters tonight, and I'm going to do what I have to do to get there. And the part that the public is completely disregarding is the first guy we're talking about in Houston or somewhere down there. He was running in circles, half naked in the road, and they talked to him 17 times, ordered him to get out of the road, and then the next thing you know, he's got a knife. Well, listen, you come running at me, and I'm thinking, you've been running circles in the road like a rabid raccoon, and you start charging me with a knife, we're not going to have a kumbaya session where I'm going to hug you and offer you social services and think that there's going to be a positive outcome here. There's no other choice at this point. I'm going to defend myself. And again, we don't have to retreat. He's going to hurt somebody.
Right.
That's it. And as a police officer, a trooper, whatever, probation officer, you've got to make that decision in a nanosecond. You don't have time to look at their criminal record, the medication they're on, their family life, their structure. Oh, well, he was brought up a little, he had a broken home. He might be, listen, he's running at me with a knife. None of that matters. It's on at that point.
Right.
So the public needs to stop passing judgment on things that they're not qualified to pass judgment on. Okay? And the training aspect of that comes into play with the new police officers out there. They have to do what they have to do in certain circumstances. And when they're loaded with meth, fentanyl, PCP, I challenge anybody. Right. Sign up and get down there, put that uniform on, and show me how to do it. It's not going to end well for
All
you.
right, let me grab 2 quick calls, and then I promise we'll bring Brendan Saunders on. We got Matt and Clinton. Matt, good afternoon or good morning still. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm calling today with a heavy heart. I want to thank you for having all these speakers on. I'm learning so much, and I feel like I shouldn't even be taking airtime about Italian Americans today, but I feel in a way nobody's speaking up for us in an articulate way. And I'm actually asking the NAACP to stand with us because Christopher Columbus, his day, and statues, they legitimized Italian Americans as Americans. And it is very sad for me to hear that that statue is going to be taken down. Today, I feel like I'm delegitimized as a person because that statue. And I don't think that perspective has been articulated. The academic debate of Christopher Columbus as a colonizer, academics could argue both sides. I'm not here to make the arguments of one side to another, but it is something that could be debated. But one thing that can't be debated is the symbol it is for Italian Americans historically and still today. So I'm asking the NAACP to stand with us. We stood together before, and we could do it again. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm sure that fight is just beginning in New London as to where that statue is going to end up, so we can sort of tackle that. But thank you for getting that out there. Rich and Groton, you are next. Rich, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, this story, was it Tom that was telling that about the...
the girl? Yeah, Tom Moysey, yes.
Yeah, hi, Tom.
Hey.
This reminds me of a story, and I don't want to detract from your subject today, but it reminds me of a story. I had a relative, long since gone now, but he worked on an EB, and back in the 80s, they put him on second shift as a supervisor. And all of a sudden, there's a commotion out in the yard, and he goes out there, and here's this woman on a barge, stark naked, completely naked. Praise Jesus, hands up in the air, praise Jesus, and she's yelling and screaming, and of course all the guys are around hooting and hollering, but they get security and an ambulance down there, the EB ambulance, and they finally get her strapped in there. By the time they got to the Gold Star Bridge, they called New London police and said, we need help, because by the time they got her on that bridge, we got on the bridge, she broke all the restraints. and she was chewing on the aluminum partition between the cab and the ambulance itself.
Listen, not a day went by on I-95 on the midnight shift. I worked out there for 8 years, and all through the 90s with some great ones. You know, Ken Kelly, Mike Collins, the New London guys, all the New London PD, Groton PD. These guys will tell you that the stuff we ran into, that exact scenario coming off the top of the Gold Star Bridge. Todd Lynch, who I worked with out there on the highway, gets a call on the radio. He says, "You got to get down here. You're not going to believe this. There's a guy running down the sidewalk coming off the top of the Gold Star Bridge. As he's running, he's shedding his clothes along 95. He jumps the handrail, goes across the southbound off-ramp there. He's got a machete in his hand. And now by the time he gets to the other side to jump over the guardrail to go down in that grass area where 83 South, 84 South ramp goes off to go, he's completely naked and he's swinging a machete in the grass out there. He's fighting off evil bandits and aliens, he told us. He said, there were aliens coming at me from every direction. Now, put the uniform on and go deal with this guy.
Yeah. So here's a question for you, Tom. And I tried to explain this to somebody last week when they said they tasered this black man 4 times and they were, all teed off. And I said, look, when they're on something like this, whether it's fentanyl or like you just said, PCP or whatever, they're out of control and they cannot. Is it true that they cannot feel actually that taser?
There's
or they're very resistant to it?
There's certain individuals, right? There's certain individuals like pepper spray. There's a percentage of people out there that you spray them right in the face with that cayenne pepper, where we sprayed each other more than we got the bad guys. But well, thank you, Mike Collins. That stuff would drop you to your knees.
Right.
But there's certain people out there that we would spray, and they look at you and ask you why you didn't bring the tacos with the cayenne pepper, because that was some good stuff. And it just pissed them off. They would come running. So, yes,
So
to
how about
answer
the
your
taser?
question, with the taser, I'm not a taser expert. They were after, tasers became prominent after my career with the state police. So I can't tell you the medical side of it other than that, yes, if you over-tase someone, that stands to reason that the electrical shock is going to do something to you. And yes, the drugs will, like that acute cocaine high, the drugs will mask the effect of it, and that's
They won't feel the pain.
they're not going to feel it like a normal person would.
Rich, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. And Tom, listen, thanks. I'm going to give the next 20 minutes to our next 2 guests and let them talk about some of the different things. But if you want to stick around, I do have a couple folks, law enforcement-wise, that'll be coming up after the top of the hour, if you don't mind, so that'd be good. My man, Brendan Saunders, is here with us in the studio. And how are you, my friend?
I am good. I believe the text you sent me said, hey, do you want to come on and talk about the Michael Jordan documentary? I'm caught off guard here.
All right. So what'd you think of it?
When he said Republicans buy shoes as well, I was happy because I'm a Republican.
Yeah, sure. Hey, didn't he just donate $100 million? I think he just donated $100 million.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
But anyway, listen. Thank you as always. We've talked a couple of different times. You are a candidate again. You're running for state senate, and I appreciate you coming down here today and to talk to us about this. So I could ask you a million different specific questions, but I figure I'll just ask you a general one. The weight of the country's got a heavy weight on it right now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So tell me, what are you feeling about this when you're watching it on TV?
I think that people are ready to move forward, and I think that includes black and white people. And I just think that white people are trying to say, okay, how do we move forward?
Right.
And I think black people are saying, when we move forward, let's not forget. Right. And so I think that's kind of where we're at now. I from the very beginning, when this all, it's interesting because it was when this first started that I was on, that I had called in, and at the time I told you I was really encouraged because everybody could see that this particular incident wasn't really justifiable, and I was encouraged by the response. then when peaceful turned into rioting, I condemned the riots
Right.
and said no, there's a place for peaceful responses, but this is counterproductive and useless and all that for the riots, etc. So now I'm just sitting here, and folks in my district who like I said, I'm really encouraged. They've reached out to me and they've said, how do we move forward? And as a black person, and certainly as a black person looking to lead in our district, how do we move forward? And one of the things that I have shared is that certainly, if elected, and frankly, it's become, some of the things in my campaign have become, whether or not I'm elected, I'm going to do these things anyways, because if nothing else, I've been granted a new platform. So I applaud the idea of having times when we can have dialogues, we can have town halls, and we can allow folks, because I heard Senator Formica sharing how surprised he was to hear that, say, in East Lyme, that minorities growing up there had a little bit of a different take. And so I think it's good for us to be able to hear that. Now, here's what I do want to say.
Sure.
Here's what I do want to say. I often share my personal stories. Just did this with a supporter of mine. He was he questioned a little something where I was with Black Lives Matter. He put up a meme, and I kind of messaged him and said, that actually isn't true. That's building off a stereotype. When I share my personal stories of things that I've encountered and things that I've done, I often encounter that at some point, the white person that I'm talking to, I can tell they're getting some kind of way, and usually.
What do you mean by that?
Well, usually at that point is when I stop and I usually.
What kind of way is that?
What I usually do at that point is I stop and I say, I'm not blaming you.
Okay.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, but what kind of way?
Whatever things I go. Sometimes the way is a little angry, and sometimes the way is a little indignant in that, are you trying to push guilt on me?
Oh,
And
okay, I see what you're saying.
sometimes the way is straight up empathy.
Gotcha.
It's emotion.
So if you're talking to somebody about the plight of the black community, and then I go, you're nuts. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like this.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Even your angry response like that tells me that it's time for me to stop and to say, hey, I understand right now you're feeling a little attacked. I understand right now you're thinking, I wasn't a slave owner, and my family came over, and all, and so for me, it's always a time of just stopping and saying, because I think, listening to my brother Juan, you could hear my callers calling in. People start to get worked up, and again, okay, just because we share doesn't mean that we're blaming. However, what I would say, the step that we ask, and this is certainly, I think Juan was saying this as well, is that we are glad that you're not racist. We assume and believe the best, that most white people are not racist. What kind of existence would that be if I walked around thinking every white
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. But some people do, don't they?
Let me finish this thought. We assume that most people are not racist, but what we have been asking, and what we are asking, is that you do more than simply not be racist, that you be anti-racist. So when those opportunities come, when you see the injustice, and I'm not talking about the video camera black man, I'm talking about at your job, when you know that somebody else got the raise over somebody that was better qualified but was a minority. When those types of things happen, are you going to be willing to stand up for it? And that's all that we've ever asked. And I think that a lot of black people have had that, in their history, where something happened to them and they were surprised that their white friends, just kind of shrugged it off and went their way.
Can I be honest with you, not to cut you off? This is by far the most clear example, what you're giving and what sort of the entire country now is getting from this, of an example of this. I think it's finally resonating with folks. People are now. Do you understand, Tom? You get that, because I think he's right on to something. Like, for the longest time, it's like the first response was to defend yourself. I'm not racist. What are you, nuts?
Right.
And again, I'm not a slave owner. I don't believe in this. I grew up in this. But what you're saying now makes a lot more sense, I think, to everyone. It's more sort of it's become more mainstream to say, hey, wait a second, you know what? Brandon's right. If I see something that's even a little bit askew, I gotta say something. Right. And I think now people kind of get that a little bit better now than they did a month ago.
And that's what I would hope. And that's when I say we're ready to move forward. I know that as a black person, that's all I'm asking. As we move forward, keep this in mind and remember that you have a circle of influence. You have people that you interact with, and please don't be afraid. Now there's another thing, and this is more advanced, but simply none of this is going to get better per se without relationships, right? So one of the things that, as I've been talking about this, is that I ask folks, in your circle, whether it's coworkers, neighbors, etc., do you have a minority that you have taken some time to get to know? Not simply a casual acquaintance, but because I'm telling you, when you okay, so you have your black coworker, you ask them out to lunch, and then you ask them all the questions. Hey, what is it? Right?
This guy's the best.
What? First of all, he's not gonna slam down his food and walk out. But the more that you spend time together, the more. Here's how one person I know put it: experience leads to trust. Right now, there's a lot of fear and distrust on both sides, and it's only experience, because facts alone. I can sit here. You can throw your facts that say, no, it isn't worse for you, and I can throw my facts that say, yes, it is worse for you. But the fact of the matter is, facts alone don't necessarily allay fear and distrust. And if you don't believe that, ask somebody who's afraid of flying, right? Because you can give them all the facts that they want, and they're still not going to get on that plane, right? It's experience that leads to trust. And so I'm encouraging folks, and I'm getting this, and I'm glad that I'm getting it, to reach out, to take the minorities that you see in your circle and to spend more time with them, and in time ask them those questions. In fact, I think that's a great thing. Is if you've ever said, why is it that black people, right? Ask a black person. Don't ask them in a demeaning way, but ask it. And even if you ask in a demeaning way, we're usually going to be pretty patient with you. So again, this person who was a supporter of mine, and we had this good long talk, and he asked me, he said, Brandon, what is it with the pants down below I shared and explained to him and that kind of stuff. But my point is, when you ask those questions, don't sit in ignorance.
Right.
Go do the research. Go look. And the best way that's going to happen is when you start interacting on a regular basis. Sports, it can happen, but I heard you saying it doesn't always happen, because sometimes with sports, it's just when we're on the court and just when we're and we're not spending time. Well, the work is the same way. Okay. I have minorities at my job, but that doesn't mean that I've ever said to them, let's go out for a beer afterwards. That doesn't mean I've ever said to them, having some friends over for a cookout, you want to come over? Start building that relationship, because experience leads to trust. When you know somebody, then when the George Floyd incident happens and you're going, my friend Bob, man, this kind of thing, that I get it. I see why he would hurt, right? Until you build that relationship, you're never going to be able to. And I will also say this. Let me give you two questions to consider, and I think that both black people and white people have to consider this. Number one, how do people who don't look like me experience me? How do people who don't look like me experience me? Now, I know that there's a common complaint that it seems like the most vocal black leaders only yell at white people when the camera's in front of them. But I can attest to you that most black leaders I know have spent many, many years and much time in the black community, speaking to the black community about these issues, about the need to do right by one another, to respect one another, to respect yourself, and to treat one another the right way. When a camera gets thrust in front of them in the midst of a crisis, yes, it's certainly it becomes more of a message to white people. But please don't discount them and think that they don't speak to their own community often. And that was, by the way, one of the points of the op-ed that I wrote in the Connecticut Examiner 2 weeks ago, was to say, believe me, behind the scenes they do. But this question of how do people who don't look like me experience me? I ask that as a black person, right? That's why I don't wear my pants down below my butt crack, because I want people to experience me in a certain way.
Right.
And it's the same way. I think that's something that white people can ask as well. How do my black coworkers, how do people who don't look like me experience me?
Right.
Question number 2: how should people who look like me experience me? You know, what as we look at humanity and as we look at having respect for one another, how should they look at me? Because, and these 2 questions, the point of these 2 questions is that I have more control over these than I think, right? We tend to think, oh, you know, everybody stereotypes and they just look but you have control over how you present yourself in any given situation, especially if we know and believe that 80% of communication is nonverbal. You have the opportunity in every situation to present yourself in a certain way to people around you. And so those are the 2 questions that I challenge folks to consider as they move forward.
Good. That's really good stuff. By the way, 860-464-9490, 631-317-1949 if you guys want to weigh in and talk to Brenda. But I'd like to bring Ernestine on if she doesn't mind coming on in and sort of joining the conversation a little bit. And like I said, I'm breaking all the radio rules today, so we're blocking out Gallagher. We're going to keep this thing moving. I do have Kyle Reyes coming up at 11:05, and then a group who put together the organizing group that put together the Norwich and New London protest, Black Lives Matters protest. So we're going to have them on in the 11 o'clock hour as well. But Ernestine, how are you?
I'm good. How
Thank
are
you. Thank you for making the trek all the way from
Meriden.
So all the way down here from Meriden.
Yes.
And
just special.
Let's get the political stuff out of the way. So, like the gentleman sitting next to you, you're running for something, right?
I'm running in the 82nd District of Meriden, Rockfall, and Middlefield.
Okay.
And I just want everybody to know I need $1,600. So if all y'all give me some money, I'll be finished.
By the way, do you need any money, Brendan?
I'm glad you brought that up. Hey, we have reached the point in my campaign where we are very close to getting the in-district donations that we need, the $300 that we need, but we are still going to fall about $5,000 short of the total funds that we need.
Okay.
So if you are a Lee Elci listener and you've said, boy, this guy, Brendan, whenever he comes on, he likes the fire. What a guy, right? You can go to my website, Saunders for Senate, Saunders the number 4 Senate, and you can donate from out of the district, and I am welcoming those contributions at this point.
See, for me, guess what? I already have the 150 in-town donations. And Lee Elci, you told me one day, said, you have to not look at things as you lost. Look at it another way. And I got it in 4 days.
Oh, wow.
The 150 in-town donations. I actually went and all the Democrats gave me money. So I just need $1,400. That $200 cushion will make it $1,600. And I don't care where you live, except out of the country. If you're out of the country, I don't want your money. But where you go is Make Way for Holloway. Or you can go on my Facebook page, Ernestine Holloway, and look me up.
All right. So you just heard what Brendan had to say. You got anything to add to that? I'll just get out of your way and let you go because I know.
This is what I'm going to say. Everybody need to sit down, take a chill pill. You all need some meds and just calm down. And what he said was the key. Nobody's talking. And see, when you see the history of the police department, it's not the same in every neighborhood. See, because I can tell you some things that I've experienced growing up in public housing. I know way off the back they shouldn't have been doing.
Right.
So the experience is different. And then you have to look at the history of the police department in the African American community. It's just not good. Now, I've seen some good cops, and I've seen a whole lot of bad ones. But what I will say is, you can't go along with wrong. I don't care who do it. I have a saying, and I'm a pastor also. If my mother stands up and do something crazy in the church, I will rebuke her in front of everybody. I don't care. She's my mother. And that's how we have to do it. If a cop is bad, you need to say he's bad. And if he's good, you need to say he's good. You know, we had an incident at the Capitol. Somebody from New York came down, and she was chanting and getting ready to start a riot. And I raised my finger, and I said, not up in here. Take that back to New York. And I stood on their side because they were correct. But when you're wrong, we need to say, you know what? He beat somebody, he did something, and he's wrong. So here's the difference. Right and wrong. And your parents taught you that when you was little. And if you can't tell the difference by now, then you really are the problem, not the solution.
Now, you said a lot of cops are bad. You went, I know a lot of good cops, but a lot of cops are bad. So I think...
I grew up in public housing, so we see it differently.
Okay, so explain that to me, please.
Well, I'm going to take the little general story. I come in from church. My mother's sitting in the window, because you know that's what them older people do. And she said, Ernestine, I want you to go over there where that police officer is and tell him leave that boy alone. I said, what is he doing? He said, he's making him pick up the trash outside. I said, well, did he put the trash there? He said, it's 9:30. Who put trash outside at 9:30 in the project? It's dark. So I said to him, what are you doing? Well, I'm making this black boy pick up the trash. I said, that's where you're wrong right now. He's not a black boy. He's a young man. And no, he ain't picking up the trash. We pay people in housing to pick up the trash. That boy is going upstairs. Now, was it racist? I don't know. Did he have a bad day? I don't know. Was he wrong? Absolutely. I've seen them beat people. I've seen them go into churches and handcuff people while they were on their knees. So people can only go by their experience. Now, when I got older and I was the bad person, I understood it a little bit more. They didn't beat me, but they took me by my collar and took me home because I was a Weisenhammer. And that's not what I want to say, but we on the air. And he took me home and my mother whooped my butt. That's when families were families, you can do that. But nowadays you can't. So, are we hiring the police officers a little bit too young? Is the maturity level there to deal with these high-packed situations? That's something that I want to know. And I take that back about them being bad. I don't think some of them are prepared for what they see. I think that their mind can't wrap their head around. And I laughed at the story the gentleman, the police officer said, because I seen somebody on crack. I seen somebody on dope. I got 29 years in recovery. Trust me, I know what a drunk person can do. So I get that part. What I don't get is why you can't say he's wrong. I have a problem with the blue wall of silence. I have a problem with the ghetto wall of silence. See, it goes across the board. So either we all gonna say we're not gonna tolerate the mess and sit down and talk about it and tell the truth, because your truth isn't my truth. I like to say, let's tell God's truth and not ours, because ours is just jacked up and we can rationalize the outrageous nonsense. So let's sit down, have a cup of coffee, and let's talk. Because guess what you're going to find out? I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I put my dress over my head, hopefully, like you, because I've seen the teenagers do it, really weird. But we all have a purpose. You know, I look at Chicago and they ask me, well, why do black people get guns? I said, why don't you ask them how they get them? Because guess what? They can't afford them. They all poor. So they're coming from somewhere. You know, and when Saunders was talking about conversation, it was funny because that's how I met the senator that comes on here quite often. His name will come to me right off the hand. It doesn't. And what he did was he invited me to lunch. When he got finished picking my brain, I had a headache. Lynn Suzio.
Okay.
He picked my brain. And when I got finished, I looked at him. I said, I like you. I don't like the rest of them, but I like you. I like him because guess what he did? He asked me all the questions that he didn't understand.
Right.
And when you understand, then you get it. And now Black Lives Matter. By the way, we had a rally and he showed up. I said, don't put the white girl on. Put the black lady on because I'm just as crazy and I'll answer them back. And what they said was I was sold out to the system. And what I said to her was, do you vote? Because if you do, you don't want to put the system in place. So maybe if you stop putting all them crazy people in place, maybe you'll have the programs that I had. See, because programs aren't bad if you are using it as a step ladder to get to where you got to go, like I did. Everybody's not going to college because I'm not going to college. I'm not sitting in nobody's class. But that's when you have the other stuff. They took me. They taught me. They say, this is what we do. This is how we do it. So I didn't have that education, but I had something better than education I was taught. So I know how to answer these things when I stand before people. So where's the skills besides that? You know, I looked at the rioting And when I looked at the rioting, you know what I saw? A bunch of people that didn't live in the inner city. Because the inner city has a look. I don't care where you go. The inner city has a certain look that you just know is the inner city. And I'm not talking about their pants hanging now. It's just that they got a look. And when I saw the gentleman that was going to hit the one of the stores, I said, he doesn't live here. He doesn't live here. She doesn't live here. She doesn't live here. And I was picking them out.
Right.
They said, how you know? I said, because whether you're black, white, green, or purple, and you live in the inner city, you still look the same. You look crazy. And I didn't understand that until I moved out. And I look back, and now I'm able to say, yeah, he's up to something. He's up to something. And he said, the police officer said profile. There's two types of profiles. When you're looking at a person as a police officer, hopefully you're looking at what is he up to. If a white boy's in the middle of Waterbury, 3 o'clock in the morning, you know he don't belong there. He got a Maserati. He got all the fast cars. You know he buying drugs. I don't care what you say. Stereotype, whatever you want to call it. If you see a black person in the middle of Preston in the middle of the night or Easton, usually they don't belong there. Either they're going to go to see a girl or they driving there because they're drunk and don't know why they got there or high. So those are different types of profile. But when you're picking people up because my captain say, we got to get tickets like in New York City, and the percentages come out, 95 of the people that you bagged for the mass thing, African American, then you know there's a problem. The data mix. But what about the data you don't see? When the blue silence wall don't show you the data. Do you know what that riot was? They're one of the highest people of police brutality in that town. Why is that? That same cop killed a Latin guy a couple of months before that. We need to look into all the narrative. They're just not angry over one thing. It's just the straw that broke the camel back. And what I hate about Facebook wonders, because they know how to talk about it, you build an opinion over what you saw on the news. No, all black people do not look like that. We all don't think like that. And we all not Democrats. So what happens to me and Saunders and anybody else that's African American, that's a Republican, the discrimination goes both ways. I get the white saying you're not a Republican enough. I get the black saying that you should be a Democrat. And I'm saying I can be what the heck I want to be. And I want to be a conservative that's a Republican. So that's different type of discrimination and profiling.
All right, listen, hold that thought. Here's the plan for the next 15 minutes because I'm pressed for time. I got to take a break. We got to do the top of the hour news. Those folks out there who are listening. So up next, I'm going to bring on one of our most infamous callers who will sit in and we'll give him 5 minutes to do his thing. That's Frank from Montville. And then Frank has, we're going to have a sort of a square off. So I'm going to give Frank 5 minutes with Ernestine and Frank 5 minutes with Brendan Saunders. And you'll understand why when we get there. So Frank is coming up next. And we'll do that after the top of the hour. Then Kyle Reyes will join us at 20 after. And then we've got the folks who put together the whole protest, the Black Lives March in Norwich and New London. They'll join us, and then we'll take that all the way to 12 o'clock. Juan Roman is still here. Senator Paul Formica is still here. Paul Kramm is pushing all the buttons, making us go. If you have a Facebook account, you can watch what's going on here in the studio. All of that is coming up in just a mere matter of minutes. Stick around with all of us and sticking with us. I'm seeing a bunch of social media posts. It's impossible, I apologize, for me to keep up with social media today. So, again, I just want to say thank you for being out there. Thank you for all the emails because I'll go through over 100 emails when we get done. But, again, thanks a lot. We got Ernestine Holloway with us in the studio, Brendan Saunders with us in the studio, Tom Moysey, Juan Roman, Paul Kramm. And our next guest, who everyone seems to be waiting on you, is Frank Dallas from Montville. Frank, how are you, man?
Good morning.
So,
a couple things before we get started. You know, when I was listening earlier, what bothered me was when people, like, for example, I love my buddy Walter. Even Walter, who's a very mind wide open. When he called and he said that the guest earlier was being kind of hostile to John, and I didn't see it like that, and I felt that John was just hostile to them. It's almost like when we say something, we have to almost step back. Like when I heard Juan talk earlier, he had to keep saying, I don't want to come off as an angry black man, which I don't think he did. Mm-hmm. Even when I heard the gentleman speaking before I walked in, he was laughing to get his point across. It bothers me the fact that some of us have to almost step back to get our point across, because if we at all sound little tiny bit aggressive, then we don't want to hear you're angry black man. You know, so that's what bothered me about some of these shows earlier. That's what bothered me.
Yeah, but that was only one call went that direction.
Well, even John called and questioned those guys, and he said black people this and that, and then they said something to him. Then he says, "Whoa, now you're judging me," and then he was out of the conversation, but he called judging them.
Okay, but I don't know if, okay, let me just say this, though. I think just to defend John on one point, they picked on him when he used the word them, okay? So, I mean, he was trying to describe something. I'm not trying to jump in John's head. I don't think John's a racist. He used the word them, and then all of a sudden he got scolded. So I think that the pronouns them, those folks are riding. Them are maybe
that's not what I'm talking about. You're right. They did do that, but he also said, "You don't know me, you're judging me." But right from the rip, when he called, he judged them. He says black people vote this way, why, and then Republican that. I mean, you can't call and judge someone, and then when they judge you back, you say, "Whoa, don't you dare judge me."
Okay. I understand what you're saying, but I mean, to him, again, defend him again. He's not here.
Right.
89% of the people.
Even Walter, who's a liberal, even Walter, he thought those callers was being aggressive towards John, and I didn't see that at all.
Okay. All right. So what else do you want to get to today? Let's talk. Let's say you're calling up, and you're. What do you want to talk about? You've been listening to the whole show. Other than that,
you can ask me any questions you want to ask me.
Well, okay. Let me ask you a couple things, because I had a cut that I wanted to play for you, but. Somebody made an interesting.
I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead. Do your thing. I'll look for it.
When it comes to the whole George Floyd thing, and people say this is one incident, we're still stuck. If you say, okay, the guy's in jail, let it go, we're still stuck. And the fact that we tried to use Rodney King for an example, the fact that he was blocking his head, blocking his ribs, he's moving. We couldn't use that. Even the 12-year-old kid Reyes. When the cop jumped out and shot him dead. The fact that the cop said, well, he's a big 12-year-older. We try to use him as a poster child. Look, this is going on. Nope, it's always something. So it took absolutely a man to not move at all for it to be believed. And even now they say he's wrong, but let's talk about George Floyd's past. We didn't pick George Floyd to use, they did. We didn't pick. I mean, the fact that George Floyd had a criminal record means nothing. We didn't pick him. We didn't pick him as a poster child. They did. Now they say why?
They?
The police that murdered him. Some police. Have never once said all police. Never in my entire life. The fact that I'm talking about police brutality. The police chose George Floyd as the poster child. So when you bring up George Floyd's past, you're saying, why are you guys using George Floyd? So what you're really saying is, let's wait till the next incident. There's no more waiting. George Floyd has a bad record, but he's murdered in cold blood. This is the poster child. This is what it is. This is where we at.
Okay, I understand that, but for me to point out the fact that he's been in jail 5 times
means what?
Well, it means a lot. It means the fact that he's a lifetime criminal.
But what does that have to do with the murder?
It doesn't have anything to do with that specific murder. But I guess if it were me, and it's not me, if it were me, I'd be like, oh man. This is the guy I want on my T-shirts.
We tried to use Tamir Rice. You wouldn't let us because
I'm just saying, in this case, this is what you
there
got.
was pictures, there was posters. We tried. I had posters. My sons had pictures of him. We tried to use a 12-year-old kid, and the reason was, well, the cop thought he was a man, even though they showed videos of people walking by the 12-year-old kid playing with the toy gun, walking by him because he was a kid in the park playing with the gun. So the fact that you say, well, why use George Floyd? This is who it is. We didn't choose him. We're not going to wait till the perfect man gets murdered in cold blood and don't move. We're not doing that. This is it.
Well, I'm just thinking, if it's a Jeffrey Dahmer, do I want to make him on my, if he's the guy who gets his neck? I mean, come on.
If we was using prison reform, and prisons was like they were way back in the day, and they wasn't feeding people were starving, and Jeffrey Dahmer was the one that died of starvation, and the cops hung him. If Jeffrey Dahmer was the man for the poster, that's who it is.
It wouldn't be on my poster. I wouldn't celebrate
because you might not wouldn't be with. No one's celebrating them. They're talking about prison reform. I'm not celebrating them. When you say don't use this guy, that means don't talk about the situation. You can't say, let's talk how bad George Floyd is, but then let's talk about the murder. You can't do that. It's either this is the guy or not. Like I said, the fact that George Floyd did not move and was murdered in cold blood in the middle of the day was we didn't choose him. I mean, I would love for it to be a perfect person. I would love for it to be a preacher on the ground with no record. Everyone loves him. They begging, get off the man of God. I mean, that did not happen.
Okay, so I get your point. Trust me, I totally understand where you're coming from. But would you wear? You gonna wear a George Floyd T-shirt?
Well, I don't wear people. I don't wear no one on my shirts.
The man that's got the Emmett Smith Dallas Cowboy scarf on.
No, I got a Dallas Cowboy scarf. This is my team. But if someone gave me a George Floyd T-shirt to wear to a rally, of course I would.
Okay, all right, fair
because
enough.
he's the man. He's the man.
I get what you're saying. I found it. I found it, to me, it'd be a little bit. I have to soul search myself to put a T-shirt on, even if the cause is just of a guy who was as bad as he was for as long as he was. Let's put it that way. Let me grab a couple of calls real quick. Chet, real quick. We got to go fast with these calls today. I'm sorry, pal, but you're up.
Oh, that's all right, man. I wanted to call while Frank was in there. I just wanted to express to Frank that I think the way he's covered all this with George Floyd and being at the protest, I think he's done a fantastic job. He's really impressed me. I know that sometimes when we get in the weeds with all this stuff, we kind of we get taken out of context sometimes. I think I do that a lot, and I know it happens to Frank when he comes on the air with you, but I think over the past few weeks, he has shown real poise. He has shown some great leadership when it comes to somebody in that community, and I just want to commend him for that.
Well said, Chet. And he's better in person. He doesn't look better.
When I just talk to him, I'm not on your. We get along great when we're not on the Lee Elci show.
Well,
I don't know what
you know that you read the Facebook post. This is a show about hate. It's I deal in hate. I deal in racism and hate for 4 hours a day.
I appreciate it, guys.
All right, Chet. Thank you, buddy. One more quick one, then we're going to bring Ernestine on. Rich in Norwich. Rich, how are you?
All right, morning, Lee. Pretty good show. I just want to comment like Frank's there. You know, I hear him every day. The problem is right there how we saying it. It's we didn't pick them, they did. They.
I can't.
That's all I gotta say.
That's my perfect example. Because I said they did choose him. We was complaining about police brutality since the end of slavery, and this is the man that was murdered to prove our point. They murdered him. I don't know how any other way you want me to say it.
All right, Ernestine, you want to weigh in on some of this stuff a little bit?
Look, this is what I'm gonna say. The man died. I'm glad y'all not Jesus, because you know he forgives. But one thing that's flawed about humans, they don't know how to forgive. When the police had him on the floor, you don't know what the heck that other cop was thinking. Nobody knows what was on his mind. You know, as far as it being somebody that was perfect, that was good, no, then you'd really have an uprising. But he was the man of that hour. He was on the floor, 3 officers plus the one on his neck. Is it? You don't. Unfortunately, we don't get to pick and choose who's on the ground.
You know, I was actually ready to come in here today. I was listening, and I couldn't wait to talk to her. And I heard him earlier. I really don't have a problem this morning. My problem with a lot of African American Republicans is that they usually don't stick up for social issues when it comes to black causes. So I really have no issue with her today, because it's not like she's the fact that she's a conservative, and I'm gonna say this again, I only call this show on social issues. I am a conservative. Because I don't agree, because I'm liberal socially does not mean I'm not conservative politically. And I tell people all the time, my mother was Republican. I said this to you for the last 12 years. Even though I call this show every day, they still say, Frank's a liberal, because I'm socially liberal. Yes, I am. Because I'm African American, I'm socially liberal. But when it comes to policies, I am a Republican. I almost am tireless saying this. And my problem, like Mike from New London, my problem with Mike from New London is he's an African American man, and he talks like he's a racist white man. He almost don't want to talk about the issues. And I was scared that Ernestine was going to do the same thing. I was like, I hope she doesn't come in there.
No, I yell at everybody.
I appreciate that. And so I have no issue. Even this, when you came on, I was like, okay. And I was prejudging you. I said, let me hear what he had to say before I get there. And he said something. I was like, why did I just prejudge that man? But a lot of people prejudge my mother. My mother was Republican. My grandfather was Republican. My sister who died a couple months ago, she was a Republican. And my daughter, so when people say that, because I say my social issues are liberal, doesn't mean that when I look at things as in unions and other issues, I look at it conservatively.
I'm going to explain it to you a little better. There are Democrats that I just will not like because I don't kill babies and they should neither. But there's Democrat conservatives that are more conservative than I find Republicans are. That's how I won Rockfall and Middlefield, because they were Democrat conservatives. And so there's just as many types of Republican. You have Republican conservatives, Republican moderate, Republican liberals, and then you got rhinos.
All right, if we want to stir this up, we can stir this up. I would like to know your two opinions, because I don't know if you know Mike from New London. I'm sure you do.
I don't know who that is.
I know you guys don't. So I'm gonna bring someone up you do know. Mike from New London bothers me because the way he calls the show and talks. It's almost, he hasn't even mentioned the George Floyd or Central Park Amy or the murders in Georgia at all. It's almost like if he mentions it and he says that it was wrong, he's some kind of not a Republican, which his idol, the one he likes. I would like to know your opinion of Candace Owens.
Here's my problem with Candace Owens. I'm not sure if she likes black people. That's just point blank.
She that's self-hate.
And now, does she have the black community down pat? Which some of the issues? Absolutely.
Of course.
She knows that the Democratic Party had dummied us down, took apart our family, gave us food stamps, gave us welfare, all that other kind of stuff. She's 100% correct. But her demeanor towards African Americans when she speaks is condescending. Now, do I say the same thing she says? Yes. But it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Can you give the headsets to Brian? I got to give him a chance to weigh in here quick because I'm going to run out of time. You want to answer that same question? And then I know you had something else you wanted to add before you.
Yeah, no, sure. I agree. I think when I first got here, we started about painting with a broad brush. And I'm not a broad brush type of person. I can take somebody like Candace Owens and as you said, say, yeah, there are parts of her message that are right on. I mean, and black people need to hear that, and white people need to hear that. And then I can also look at things with her and I can say, the way that you deliver it, or you know what, I disagree with that point right there. And I think that's the thing when you talk about. You said I'm you're liberal socially. Yeah. To me, why would you not? Anybody in this room is going to care about their people, their family, their heritage. So if something like this happens and there is a part of me that says, oh, I agree that we need to have some peaceful demonstrations as a way of hopefully invoking change. Why does that suddenly? But you're a Republican. Why? What? Again. So I think that I would hope that any person at being a whole individual is not going to be black and white about everything, that you're going to be touched by things. Fiscal conservative, sure. I would even call myself a social conservative. But if a black man is murdered in front of me, I'm going to have compassion about what's going on there.
I might be wrong when I say this, and you might be offended when I say this, but I think when it comes to some black Republicans, I think they don't really think like that. That's why I'm not going to lie to you. I was a little pulled back when I listened to you talk. I was like, I'm ready to come in and argue. I don't like the fact that I'm coming here and not ready. I don't want to disagree. I don't want to agree. Same thing with her. When I came in, I heard her speak, and I was like, wait a minute. How come she can't say nothing? I can't jump and say, give me that mic. You're wrong, but I'm not doing that.
That's my point. We need people who are going to bring us all together. Right. And if that's my God-given passion and that's my gifting in this world, then so be it. That I can help bring us all together, because I do believe that what unites us is greater than what divides us. And I do believe, and this was the last thing I wanted to say, just echoing my brother Juan over here, is that in the end, it's really a sin issue. Man's heart is dark. And in the end, it's really a sin issue. Right. And so I want to reach out to those who are people of faith. And I want to remind you, Jesus said in John 13, love one another as I have loved you. We often talk about the golden rule, love others as you want to be be treated, right? But Jesus said, no, love as I did, which was choice and it was sacrificial. And if we started treating other people in that way, choosing to think the best of them, choosing to give them the benefit of the doubt, choosing to get to know them. You got me up here preaching now, Lee. Where's the amen? Where's Thank you, Lee.
Hey, listen, I have to get to the next guest. Tom, can you give Tom the headphones? Because I want him to be a part of this. But, guys, I can't thank you both enough for being part of that. I hope it was worth you guys coming down. And I got to get to, you can keep those on because I got to get to you in a bit for something else. But we're going to go to line one where Kyle Reyes is joining us, law enforcement today, author, etc. Kyle, how are you, man?
I'm good, brother. How are you? Great to be on the show.
Thank you very much. So, we've been going back and forth all morning long, talking a little bit about race relations and then bouncing in with some police. You may also hear here on the phone, we have a former state trooper here in Connecticut. Tom is going to join the conversation as well. So, we've been talking about off and on about some of the things going on as far as police work and obviously police brutality and body cams. But I wanted to start off with something we haven't got to yet, which is, did you ever in your life think that you would see not just one precinct, but multiple precincts fall to rioters and protesters around the country?
There's a lot of stuff happening in this world right now that I didn't think we would ever see, and it sort of feels like we're in the twilight zone, doesn't it?
Oh, without question. I mean, Tom, let me ask you that same question. You ever think that was going to happen?
No, I not for a second. Anybody that puts that uniform on would never even have that at the back of their head. I'm absolutely appalled that any police officer would give up any ground like that. Kneeling on the highway, you're in uniform. It's the same as the military guys.
Right.
Frank in the military, he'll tell you, it doesn't matter what your opinion is. When you put that uniform on,
right,
that's you take an oath, and that uniform is on. Your opinion doesn't matter when you're in uniform.
I'm appalled also.
So you're appalled at what?
That the police station was given up in Seattle. I'm appalled that the police station was taken over and burnt down. I'm appalled too. Just because I'm upset and I think there's police brutality, I don't think that the police station should be taken over.
Right.
I think that's ridiculous.
It's a very scary scene. It really is.
And what's going on in Seattle is way to the left. Now, just because somebody goes way to the left does not mean that's the thinking of the majority. Because they got some freedom corner in Seattle and they got the police station saying freedom something does not mean that's what everybody is agreeing with. I think people look at Seattle and think that that's insane.
Right. All right, Kyle. Kyle, I don't know. Have you ever tackled this in the past? Have you ever tackled this in the past? Something like this ever happened?
No, I mean, listen, every couple of years we find some insanity pop up in terms of this hatred for law enforcement, right? But right now what we have is a crescendo of voices. I mean, we're so far beyond this being about George Floyd. We are now looking at something that has happened after 90 days of quarantine, after 4 years of anger and hostility towards our president. This is so far beyond George Floyd. This is so far beyond even the conversation about police brutality. I mean, listen, the moment that we lost more innocent men and women in these riots at the hands of these violent criminals, the left lost their moral high ground.
Would you guys agree with that? Because I think the Antifa have sort of stolen the narrative, though. You have to admit they've stolen the narrative.
No. The narrative is stolen if you let it be stolen. You can say that with anything. Yeah. I disagree with that. This is about police brutality, and that's what I'm sticking to. You can talk about the riots and say, now that's just like the whole kneeling thing. We're not going to talk about what you're upset about because you're disrespecting the flag, disrespecting the military. It's not like if these people would have got a permit, went to a park, and sat there and did everything legal, that people would be like, listen, they're legal, they got the right permits, now let's listen to their situation. That wouldn't happen.
So the solution is let's break into Target.
I didn't say that was a solution either. I didn't say the solution either.
But that has nothing to do with George Floyd.
Kneeling didn't work. Like I said, if they had the perfect permits and they went to a park, they organized it, they had a round table at the park, parks all around the country, parks in New London. It's not like people would say, wow, look at this organization.
I think you're wrong.
Let's listen to them.
And here's why you're wrong this time, because all of America was on board with you. Everybody was on board after watching this guy sit on the guy's neck.
We will see how far they're bored, because I heard callers call this show and say, John is one of them, who say, I can't believe this guy did that. It's murder. If it's proven that he did it. So when the trial comes and he gives his defense, I put my life on it. People will call the show and say, I didn't know this. I didn't know that. Maybe he didn't kill him. Maybe we should just give him. Trust me, it's not going to stay like this.
Okay, so hold up. So what is the solution? What is the conversation we should be having? Because on one hand, with all due respect, you're saying that the riots and the theft and the vandalism are not tied to the Floyd situation. But then on the other hand, you're saying
I didn't say that.
Peaceful protesting isn't working. So what is the solution?
The solution is talking. The solution is changing your heart. The solution is seeing maybe there's a problem. Maybe they are prejudging these people. If I'm telling you this, what's going on? If I'm telling you, like I heard people call this show today and they felt that if I'm in a certain part of Connecticut and I'm driving an older car, that I should be able to be pulled over because maybe I shouldn't belong there, which is crazy. This is America. So if you're saying that, that's the beginning of it. That's insane. I live in an all-white neighborhood. I was pulled over all the time. For what? So if my nephew comes stays with me, he needs to be pulled over till they get to know him. If I have a friend come over my house, he needs to be pulled over because he's in an older car. I heard people on the show say this. They say if you're out of place. If a white guy is going to if white guy's going to projects in New London, he might be going to see his girlfriend. I don't know. He might be going to pick his friend up to go to third shift in Walmart. I don't know. But you just can't look at somebody saying you don't belong. That's crazy.
Yeah, but when
Cool. So, but we can look at law enforcement and say that you're all guilty and you're all responsible and you're all bad guys, and we should be attacking all of law enforcement because of the actions of
just like you're trying to tell me that they're not judging all black people. I'm telling you that me and my family and friends I know are not judging all cops. And for example, when they had the George Floyd march in New London, and people started stopping traffic, and people think I'm an angry black man, I was the guy that was standing with the police that I knew people in New London. Get out the street. I know you. Get out the street. I was the one doing that, but when I called the show, I'm the angry black man. But people called the show for some reason was shocked that Frank was in New London telling people, get out the street. And the cop said, hey, could you do me a favor? Do you know these kids over here? Yes. Come on over here, so-and-so. I went to school with you. You know Coach Roman. All right, Mr. Dallas, take the street. So when people call the show and say, I can't believe Frank did that. And I call the show because I'm passionate and I'm not giggling and laughing and not saying every time I don't want to be put off. I'm an individual. You have to judge me as an individual. Just because I'm talking passion does not mean I hate the police. Because I'm complaining about police brutality does not mean I hate the police. That is ridiculous.
But that's you, brother. You can't.
So you're judging. So I explained to you.
Hold on, let him talk. Kyle. Go ahead, Kyle.
You're speaking for your perspective. I have all the respect in the world for that, man. But when you have people who are blocking highways who are not you, who are standing there with signs encouraging people to kill cops, and now you've got a guy having a heart attack, and they can't get to the hospital as a result, you can speak to you, and I respect that
people
all
to
day
kill
long.
cops. Who?
Have you not put on the news, man?
Okay. Let me say this to you. Let me say this. You just said, hey.
Hold on. FBI put out
What did that happen? Are you telling me that didn't happen?
Wait a minute. Let me explain it.
Okay, you're gonna explain that? Okay, go explain it.
First of all, that's one group that was disbanded.
Okay.
And I can show you Let me explain something to you. I can show you videos of cops hurting people. Does that mean it's all cops? You just play something and act like that's the thinking of everybody. But when I say police, you say, whoa, Frank, you got to make sure you say not all police. But when you play that right there, you're saying everyone thinks like that. Everyone do not think like that. That was one chapter that was disbanded. Playing that is out of line, disrespectful, and wrong. Because Black Lives Matter threw them leaders out and told people they cannot say that. You have to also play that part. So when you tell me when you tell me, did this happen? Did this happen? Yes, that did happen.
Okay.
But if I say police, it's like, oh my God, how dare you? But you're doing it.
No, but he asked you the question about all.
That's crazy.
Kyle, go ahead. I'll let you give you the floor.
You asked for a very specific example, man. You said who's saying kill cops, and I'm not saying specifically.
But that's not everyone.
But you asked for a specific example. I gave it to you.
I get it. So when I when I show you George Floyd, why do people get mad? Say that's not all cops. So we can go back and forth. I can keep showing you George Floyd. I can keep showing you videos of police hurting people, and you can keep showing me From Like Bacon, and we just sitting here arguing back and forth and getting nowhere.
With all due respect, man, when did I say that this is a black person like that? Because I'll tell you straight up, man, I've seen more white Antifa liberals holding up signs saying
way more. Way more.
Okay, liberals. It doesn't matter. We're still back and forth. This is still beginning about African Americans complaining about police brutality. So if you don't look at it as that, that's another problem. Because this here is about African Americans complaining about police brutality since the end of slavery. We don't, you don't tell. My mom and my mother did not tell me how to handle myself at 12 years old, where I pissed myself because they think you're a man now. I told my sons that. My grandfather told my uncles that. His father. So you're telling me that we're doing this because we just don't like police and we're just making this up?
Wait, hold on. The only person who keeps bringing race back into this conversation is you.
This is what this is about.
But this is no longer about just race.
Yes, it is. I'm going back to it. You're trying to change it. This is about race. For you to say, I'm keep bringing up race, you want to change the narrative. You want to change the subject. This is about race. What the hell?
Kyle, you there?
I'm here.
All right, bro. Listen, I'm sorry it went like this.
I feel bad I hijacked.
No, it's all good. I gotta go. I gotta get to the bottom of the hour, but I appreciate it. I'll get a hold of you. We'll talk soon, okay? Okay, buddy?
Good.
All right, man. Sorry about that.
This
Kyle,
isn't about race.
Kyle Reyes, again, author, law enforcement today. I thank him for giving us a couple minutes. We're going to come back, take a break. The organizers of the Norwich and New London protest, the rally, are here in the studio. We'll chat with them next. Stick around. All right, everybody, we're back. Like I said, I apologize. My computer crashed. It's a daily occurrence here on the radio. It is, I don't even know what time it is now, 36 minutes after the hour of 11 o'clock. So here in the studio, we've got the organizers of both the Norwich and the New London protests that happened over the past couple of weekends, and I'm very lucky and happy to get them on. And Steve put this all together. Steve Mills, who should I call you Steve or Boomer? What are we going to do?
Well, you just let my real identity out, so I don't appreciate that.
There goes your back cave. I apologize.
I'm a dual guy, so I do the high school football games here in 94.9, and then I do the morning show on Jam at 107.7 with Pebbles and Boomer, and I am the Boomer part.
That's right.
So, I mean, obviously, I appreciate what you're doing in here today.
Well, I appreciate that. You appreciate it.
And there's lots of things going on. It's a very busy day here at Full Power Radio, and it's not something we normally do, so I thank you for that. But I have some community educators and activists in our community that have come out. I have this big opportunity to talk about things. Yeah. I have like two main points I'd like to get done.
Do it.
And I just want to step out and let these fine people do their talking because they can speak way better than me. I can't speak on Black lives, but I can speak on police. So, just like everywhere, there are good people and there's bad people. There's good cops, like we saw yesterday, with that old guy driving down 395. That state trooper drove his car up, just parked up head on for this guy to maybe smash right into his car. Took it, totally fine. But then we go online, we see these videos of people like pushing over little ladies and things like that. So the point I want to make is that there's good people and there's bad people.
Right.
Those bad people are bad people and those good people are good people. But we can't just blanket everybody on that. But at the same time, we can't blanket negative feelings on cops. We can't do the positive thing either. So like, I see a lot of responses where it's like, well, they have a tough job. Of course they have a tough job. I know they have a tough job. And I think there's so many great cops. We do National Night Out. Those guys are out there cooking hot dogs, doing this. I deal with great police officers, but I've also dealt with really, really rude ones. And what we need to do is just understand that both are reality. Not one is one and they're not all bad, they're not all good. We need to understand that those things are united but separate. We need to just be able to address those two things and be able to have a conversation about it, you know, because those good cops are getting their bad names because of the bad cops. And I grew up in a small little town, and I would get harassed being a teenager just because I'm a teenager. Once I become a 30-year-old, how you doing today, sir? You know, and it's just amazing from going from one to another. And I'm a white kid. I couldn't imagine being black in a community and actually be dealing with maybe someone who doesn't like me because of my color. And like, I remember those moments from being a kid, and I won't forget that stuff. And I love cops, and I have a lot that I like, but there's still that little part of me that's like, I remember you did that to me. So I try to equate that as being a white male in America, that I have everything given to me, that what about these other people? Like, what they must be going through. So I just assume that I can't speak on their life. So I choose not to. So that's why I have these people here today. The one last point I would like to make is that we see a lot of the White Lives Matter as a response. I like analogies because they're like easy to understand. So like, imagine your wife comes home from work, right? And she goes, Lee, I had the worst day at work today. My boss came up to me and said, I didn't do this job right. I'm coming in late. I'm lazy, this and that. I cried at lunch. And you listen to all that and you go, well, maybe you should have been on time. Maybe you should work harder. Maybe you should do all these. Well, your wife might stab you in the kitchen. Like, no man who has any sense of intelligence would ever do that. You know what you're supposed to do? You either agree with her, and if you don't agree with her, you just be quiet and listen. And that really, to me, is what Black Lives Matter, the message is trying to get out. And by saying all lives matter, you are basically telling your wife, hey, your boss is right. Why don't you just shut up and listen? And there are other points, right? All lives matter. They do. White people matter. Everybody matters. But the singular message of Black Lives Matter is a very simple singular matter. And it's not that white lives don't matter. That's not the message. There's one singular message, and everything else is kind of just getting in the way. So again, that's all I really want to do and say, because I have nothing else to say on it, because I'm a white kid who was born in America. Other than not being rich, I had everything given to me. If I was born rich, I had every single advantage over everybody else on this planet. So I'm going to step out. We have Tiara Waters, Lexi Smerd, Richard Thompson, and Brianna Chambers. They're all in our community. They're all doing great things, and they can speak way better than me.
Who's first?
Who wants to go first?
And you are?
Tiara Water.
Hi, Tiara. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
So I want to ask you guys one basic question before we start. So give me that piece of paper, if you don't mind, with everybody's name on it. Thank you. Tiara, what do you do?
Right now I work for the ARC, but I'm also an entrepreneur with my own massage therapy business.
Oh, good for you. And the ARC right down here?
The ARC out of Norwich.
Out of Norwich, okay. And you also got a mic on. And you're Richard?
Yes, I'm Richard Thompson.
What do you do, Richard?
So I own my own business at the Foundry.
Okay.
66 in Norwich. I run a faith-based clothing line, and I also do custom apparel and things like that. I'm also in a co-op business group for small businesses, so it's like a one-stop shop. Get everything you need.
Okay.
It's called Custom Design Group, so that's what we do.
All right. And you're Brianna or Lexi?
Brianna.
Hi, Brianna.
Hi, how
What do
are
you
you?
do?
I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm also a single mother, and I dibble in a lot of things. I'm very artistic, fashion, music, entertainment, all that.
Don't leave those shades around.
All right.
'Cause I will grab them in 2 seconds and you'll not
They're
get them. And you are Lexi?
Yes, my
Hi,
name is Lexi.
What do
How
you
are you? I am currently a cashier at Home Depot, but I am also an activist. I am a student. I'm going to be studying nursing this upcoming fall.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'm actively getting more active in my community. So.
All right. So general question for everybody. So when Steve asked you guys to come on, what was your initial sort of impression? Like, my guess is you said, why? No way.
Actually, no.
Okay.
So I was actually excited when he reached out, because we're taking this as an opportunity to educate people on what Black Lives Matter really stands for, rather than allowing people to draw their own conclusions. Because, you know, if you only see something from one perspective, that's all you're going to know. And we want to be able to get the message out there of the true backbone of Black Lives Matter and what it really stands for.
All right. What does it stand for? Tell me.
All right. So basically, Black Lives Matter it was started by Alicia Garza, Patrice Cullors, and Opal Tomiti. basically to bring light to anti-Black racism, which is global. And the reason why it's Black Lives Matter and not All Lives Matter is because they believe it should start at the bottom of the totem pole. And I have quotes from them actually, and it says, race in the U.S. operates on a spectrum from black to white. So the closer you are to white, the better things are for you. And the further away from, and the closer you are to black, the worse it is for you. So rather than fix things from the top with people who aren't really affected and allowing it to trickle down, we want to start from the bottom and allow the change to bubble up, start from the most oppressed people and make things better going up the totem pole.
Okay.
The totem pole.
All right, so that's a great thought process. But if you look at the history, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but the history of Black Lives Matter is rooted in a lot of very, I don't want to say sketchy, that's the wrong word, but nefarious organizations, right? You're tied into first of all, you're tied into a couple, people will say that it's a communist sort of socialist organization, agitators of America, and been hooked into that for a while. If somebody were to say that to you, what would the response be to that?
Basically, Black Lives Matter movement isn't here to make everybody feel comfortable. A lot of things that have gone on have been swept underneath the rug. It hasn't been, any attention has been brought to certain things. And we're at a point where we're like, you know what, we need to start bringing light to these things. A group of people feels this way. We have the freedom of speech to say how we feel, to demonstrate how we feel, and the light needs to be brought to it. So we're not agitating. We're saying this is what's going on in our community. For those people who aren't aware of it, we're bringing light to it. For those who are sweeping it underneath the rug, we're letting you know that we know that it's not right and we want change to be done.
Who's funding you guys?
Nobody's funding us.
So how are you getting to, do you have to pay for a permit or anything like that?
Freedom of speech doesn't allow permit, doesn't need permit.
No, so I mean, what I'm saying, when you do a protest, there's no, like, you don't have to get permission, would they have to get like a permit and you got to file a permit, but that doesn't cost any money, right?
Well, actually, we actually have a big support system. We work with our police department. Black Lives Matter is not anti-police. We're just asking to receive the same treatment that our white counterparts get. We just want respect and equality. So every time we do it, the police are aware. We have conversations with them, and they're actually helping us to keep things calm, peaceful, and just in an educational environment.
I just want to ask, next to me is a state trooper. When folks say that the treatment's not fair or equitable, how does that make you feel?
Well, it doesn't make me feel good because I spent a career without that in my brain. I was on a submarine for 9 years. I was on a fast attack, and I shared a bunk with Dwayne Anthony, and I'll tell you his name, and Mike Hudson was on that same submarine with me out to sea. I don't look that way. Dwayne Anthony was a black kid from Philadelphia. He was Dwayne Anthony to me. He was a radio man. He was RM1 Anthony to me. He was not black Dwayne Anthony. He was Dwayne Anthony. He was in the Navy, and we died for each other. Juan Roman, I would die for that man right there. All right? So when you say that as a state trooper and I'm on the highway, that thought never crosses my mind. I will patrol outside of Frank's house, whether we agree on certain things, we agree on a lot of things. I don't care who's in that house. You hire me to protect you. That's what I'm out there to do. And if my training and experience says to stop that car that's in front of your house, I'm going to stop the car. Maybe I was wrong, and I'm going to find out, and I'll say, okay, move along. But now I have the license plate. It's in the computer. It tells me that car came by your house. 2 days later, we find out that after I let the guy go, he went around the corner and he slashed 15 vehicles' tires. Now we have somebody to go after. So I don't care who is in your house with you. They can come and go all day long, do whatever they want. My job is to protect you and give you the freedom to make that decision and let whoever wants to come to your house, come to your house. And hopefully when I get off shift and you got the keg going on the back deck, I'm coming around back. We call it choir practice, but that's what I'm there for. I'm there to protect you. I don't call in the house and go, hey, who's in there? What's your background? I don't think I want to protect you. That's not what happens. Police go 911 calls at 100 miles an hour I don't know who I'm going to protect. I pull people out of cars and fires and everything else all the time. I don't stop to think about who they are. You're a human. You have life. You have meaning to us out there on the street. That's my point with troopers and police officers. We're not. If there's bad cops, and there are, get them. Get them.
Okay, so I want to say thank you for your service and thank you for your point of view. The thing is that what people need to realize is that Black Lives Matter is not attacking anybody. We're not attacking those men that are out there doing their job. We're not attacking those men who are honoring the code that they stood for when they took the job. We are just saying that, yes, there is bad cops. And that's the thing. We're not equating everybody as a bad cop. Just like we wouldn't want all of us to fall under a stereotype, you guys don't fall under a stereotype either. Black Lives Matter is just saying we need to bring attention to those cops that are doing bad things. So you, as a man who knows what you stand for, just know that we're not directing this at you. We're directing it at the people who see us as less, the people who don't value our lives, and the people that, treat us badly just because they don't respect who we are because of our God-given melanin. So thank you for your service, and thank you for seeing us as people, and thank you for what you're doing for us. We just want it to be known that just like there's good guys on the force, there's bad guys. And like you said, the bad guys need to be taken care of, but the only way that can happen is if other guys on the force, report what their comrade is doing. We're just asking, instead of sweeping it under the rug, please bring light to it.
I just wanted to add, you said something about Black Lives Matter, it being a group and what we stand for. We joined the movement because we're Black. We're not necessarily representing the original creation of Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is more like a movement.
That was going to be my next question. Thank you for clearing that up.
That's just what I wanted to clear up. Is that is a movement where we join the fight no matter what. It's a movement beyond like the LGBT fight. It's a movement. It's our race. We were born this way. We didn't ask to be here. And in a sense, I think America, we sweep under the rug the real issues that we have here in this society and in this country. And the real issue is that we have been oppressed. There's a system in place to oppress us. And we are pretty much at the bottom of the totem pole. You have white people, and then you have us, and then you have everybody in between. And it's not only, we don't feel that we're being oppressed, prejudice doesn't come just from white people. It comes from our own people. It comes from people of other races. Like, we have to deal with that and teaching our children how to act, how to think. We socially accept, white people are so socially accepted, but nobody socially accepts us. So when we say Black Lives Matter and we talk about Black Lives Matter, we have not mattered. And as a whole, we have not mattered. We have been oppressed. We have had things that have happened to us over the years that have caused us to react. We're reacting to the hate that we have dealt with in our lives since we were born. Since we got here, since we came to this country, we've had to fight. There are things that it makes it so hard and uncomfortable for people to hear that we want to speak about, we want to talk about. We don't want these things to go left untouched, treated. It's not something that we want to get out of our system. This is not something that we as a whole are going to just heal from and move forward. There actually has to be change. There has to be an effort from the white community as well as my own community.
Well, one of the things I think is important, you say Black Lives Matter, and they do, and we say, and it's easy, that cliche, all lives matter, but as I said, this issue is how it's affecting the Black community. So that's why we're going to say Black Lives Matter. So I'm glad you cleared that up, because I know it can have a negative connotation when you hear that, because if you hear the people who are dissenting from that. But the other point I want to make, the reason why I came over here, was when we talk about Black Lives Matter, I don't know how it is turned into a Black community police issue. It's Black community being treated poorly by anyone else. I mean, because it doesn't have to be the police officer. It can be the Klan. It can be, as I said, if I'm in my job trying to do my job and a white person treats me poorly, they're not a police officer. It's just that's a racist situation. And as I said, as a Christian, I don't believe there's more than one race, but unfortunately, we in our minds have created that there is, and therefore we're going to treat people badly. My dad's from Puerto Rico, so when you say there's white people at the top and black at the bottom, I know other minority groups that would say, "Oh, bro, no, we're at the bottom." So, but with that being said, in the end, that's my big thing. This is not a black people law enforcement issue. Just because of the George Floyd murder, it's turned into law enforcement. It's black people being treated any way they shouldn't be treated by anyone, and that's why Black Lives Matter.
Right. And can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. And I think too, like, I'm mixed, so my mom's Italian, my dad is black, and I think that it's more so about us versus racism, because there's a lot of people who are white who support us and who are standing at the protests with us. So, if you stand for any sort of racist connotation, then that's what we're fighting against.
So who wouldn't stand with you guys then? Are there
People
any?
who are blatantly racist.
Yeah, but who's pushing back really? I mean, serious. As far as that message, go ahead. I'm sorry, you can go ahead too.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't answer specifically like naming people, but I do see the message out there. Like, I do see people, and I being a Christian as well, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was taught and raised to look at situations and circumstances holistically, right? From every perspective, right? Even if I don't agree with that perspective, at least try to see where the person is coming from, right? So I kind of, I don't want to say that I understand, but I see the frustration in what they're dealing with. But I believe that their frustration and why they're pushing back is because it's piercing their bubble, right? They've created this bubble around them, or they have this bubble around them, whether they are aware of it or not, that they live in this world. They're comfortable. They're living their day-to-day life, and they don't have to deal with conflict. But now conflict is in their face. It's all over social media. It's all over the news. They can't get away from it. So whereas before you had an option to whether you wanted to join in the conflict or not, right? And if you didn't, you had a safe little bubble that you could go back to called your life, and you could go on. But now, because the world is getting smaller because of technology, your bubble is now being invaded. So now you're getting upset. Now, instead of understanding and realizing what the fight is and educating yourself, you're getting frustrated and being like, well, listen, I'm tired of hearing about Black lives. All lives matter. Because inside you are a good person, and you do feel that all lives matter. But in order for all lives to truly matter, right, in order for real equality, then that means that the people who are not receiving equality have to receive it. In order for all lives to matter, Black lives have to matter, right? They have to be valued. So I get it, and that's what the thing is. I wanted to touch on what the gentleman was saying, the state trooper, and I wanted to ask, like, my biggest concern with police officers, and like I said, I wanted to iterate, and first of all, thank you for your service, not only as a state trooper, but also as a military member. But does it bother you, like, when you see police officers or you see men and women in uniform who violate people's constitutional rights? Because you and I both know that they exist, right? We know that they exist. So my issue is, like, why don't cops say something, or do y'all say something? Is there something? Because so often the media or what we see as civilians, right, non-police force individuals, we see a cop does something wrong, he violates somebody's civil rights, he violates somebody morally or whatever, right? And then there's this wall of blue. They either get off, there's little to no repercussion, and we always hear about this thin blue line. And I understand, being in the military myself, I was in the military myself, I understand the ideology of the thin blue line, right? I get it. But it seems like that's working in favor more so for bad cops than it is to protect good cops from receiving undue backlash. So, could you elaborate on that a little bit for me, please? Because that is something that really bothers me. Like, police officers are supposed to have the utmost integrity. You guys are supposed to be the highest level of integrity that we have in our society, due to your word, your behavior, and things like that. So could you elaborate on that for me, please?
And before he answers that question, I just want to reiterate you know, it's for what you asked, what's the group that we feel like we're getting the biggest pushback from? It's really just people who don't have an understanding of what it is that we're fighting for. Again, it's not anti-police. It's not structured just
Right.
around the police, as he said. It's structured around bringing it to light. Pretty much anybody who feels uncomfortable by truths being told or by people just not agreeing with their opinion. We're taking this platform today just to educate people so that they can see that we're not trying to bring down anything in America, that we're not trying to take away from anybody, that we're not trying to destroy anybody.
All right, so here's the deal. This is what they call a tease in the business. Coming back after the top of the hour, we have to take care of some business. Thomas Moysey from, of course, the state police will answer those questions and more. And I want you guys to think about a question that I have, because so far I've heard a number of times from the group in here that y'all feel oppressed. But you just throw that word out there and you don't tell me how. So I want to hear how. He can answer your question. I'll answer that. We'll take more phone calls. We got all kinds of calls. I'm here for another hour, so we'll just keep going. Don't move. We'll be back. All right, so here we are. This is our, oh my God, this is the 7th hour that I've been on the air. We're breaking records. Thank you all for joining us. We have a full bank of calls. If you're getting a busy signal, keep trying. 860-464-9490-631-317-1949. In the studio with me right now, Tiara, Lexi, Richard, Brianna. We've got Juan Roman, Frank Dallas, Steve is here. Senator Paul Formica is still here. Paul Kramm is pushing all the buttons, giving us the video on Facebook, and Thomas Moysey's here. So he's a former state trooper, and he was asked a question about, what was the question again? One more time, give everybody, so just to sort of recap where we were.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what I was saying was, just to kind of reiterate, is that, you know, a lot of times in the media, we see and we hear about police officers, and we see the brutality, we see the violations and things like that we feel. And I use those terms, you know what I mean? And I understand in all situations they may not be applicable across the board, right? For every situation we see. But what I'm saying is, for those that we know are blatant situations of brutality, blatant abuse of power, so forth and so on, within the police community, what are you guys doing, and how do you do it? Because I always hear like, I always hear that that there's a protection. You know what I mean? And it's like, I always hear about cops are afraid to speak out because of retaliation, whether it be career-wise, you don't get promoted, or, you get reduced in your hours, like you don't get the overtime. Even as such as like, hey, listen, you're not going to get the same backup in the street. You know what I mean? So why are these police officers who are committing these committing these violations being protected? You know what I mean? Or are they being protected? Let me phrase it that way. Are they being protected? And the good cops who are trying to do the right thing day in and day out, why are they not coming together to push these people out of the force? Because they're making a bad name.
All right, try to answer that in less than 11 minutes.
Well, 11 minutes? All right. I try at 10:59. Well, first of all, let me just tell you this. It make me sick to my stomach, okay? Because I'm out there as a professional, and what happens is when I pull you over and I interact with you, I treat you a certain way. You're going to drive away and tell everybody in your neighborhood and your friends and your circle how I treated you. The next time one of those individuals in your circle or you get pulled over, they're going to treat the cop the way I treated you. Mm-hmm. Okay? So the personal level dealing with you, and I can tell you the police officers out there and the state troopers, up here, I can speak for the Connecticut troopers. I can speak for the police officers in this area that I work with day to day, the probation officers, the parole officers, corrections officers. I can tell you is that when you get pulled over, if you treat the officer with respect, answer the questions, and do what you're supposed to do, that officer is going to die for you. It's when you take it, and I used to tell people, who I was. I pulled you over for speeding. May I see your license, registration, and proof of insurance? If you take it to a different level, at that point, that's when the game is on. That's when it changes.
So let me interject. Okay, go ahead. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So when you see a police officer that's, in your question, blatantly violating, my stomach does backflips. because they are ruining. They're treating you unfairly. You didn't ask for that, like the Atlanta thing where they pulled them two out of. What were you chasing? What the cars? They're trying to get away. They're trying to get out of there. Why are you doing that to them? You brought your own problem on.
So my question to you really is, and I appreciate your response, but I really want you to answer my question directly. Like, within the ranks of the police department, right? When you were on, or even now for the police officers you know are serving, what are they doing? What is the code, written or unwritten code, that they follow to weed these officers out? You know what I mean? Like, what is going on? Because, like you said, I agree. And for the most part, I try to do respect. I've had a few times where state troopers have pulled me over or whatever for incidents. And
what do you do in that instance when you see a witness, a fellow police officer, abusing his power? What do you do?
I can't tell you what I did because I never witnessed it.
You never witnessed.
I can tell you what I would have done was that.
So in your whole history of your career, you've never seen anyone exert excessive force or over excess their power
to the point where I would have to intervene and say, "Oh, whoa!"
Yeah, that's too much. You never.
Once a person is handcuffed, and once you stop them, and once they are in your custody and not free to leave, that human becomes your responsibility. You're their babysitter.
Right.
So if anything happens to them, up on the highway, down in the city, cops come along after you deal with the person, and it has happened to the escalation level, but to see someone come along and blatantly violate somebody's rights like that, I was not exposed to it. So I want to answer your question from a personal standpoint.
Okay.
I can't give you that. I know where you're going. I would tell you that if I was exposed to that,
that's the question.
know I'd be in there with both feet.
Okay.
Because you're unjustly, without probable cause, detaining someone. Start there, and second, the way you treat them afterwards, it's unjust. There's no need for that. I like before when he was talking about conflict resolution. There's a problem in society is we don't teach people conflict resolution anymore. Remember, well, I don't know how, when we were in school, Juan and I had a beef in the hallway. He punched me in the nose, and we were on the playground at 1 o'clock. We were fine. Now, there's no conflict resolution. Everything goes from 0 to 60, and somebody said it before. You go from 0 to 60 in a nanosecond. And
I just want to disagree with you with one thing you said. You said that once you pull someone over and you ask for that license registration and then they give you an attitude or so, like, I believe that all officers, they set the tone when they pull someone over, especially African American or minority. You all police officers need to understand that they set the tone when you pull them over. When you come up to us, and in a lot of sense, he asked the question before we went to break, how am I being oppressed, or how do I feel like I've been oppressed? I've been oppressed in many different ways, in many different levels, from being at my workplace to even when you get pulled over and the officers set that tone of coming up to the car and automatically going for his gun or his waist, you know what I mean? And that tone that officers need to understand when you approach someone who's minority. You know, you come up to the car and immediately when we feel threatened for our lives, yes, we react. So we might react in a way, our tone might not, you might not agree with our tone, but at the same time, we are frustrated because it's always in our brain, why does it have to come to that when you come? Like, or if we're driving a nice car, that's oppression also. When an officer comes up to the car and they ask us, where did you get that? Where'd you get the money to buy this car? Or how did you get it? That shouldn't even be a topic of discussion at a pullover, you know. And two, if I did maybe a roll and stop, especially, shouldn't even be a question that you're asking us. And then why do a lot of officers, because in the Black community, we feel like a lot of officers, when we get pulled over, they say to us, oh, is there anything else we need to worry about in this vehicle? It's automatic. It's an automatic assumption that we are a criminal, or I'm a mad black woman because I whipped my neck and I had an attitude with you because you were pulling me over when I feel like I didn't do anything wrong. That's what sometimes you got to understand, because I don't believe that every officer, and I necessarily don't believe you when you say you've never witnessed in your whole career a fellow officer doing something wrong. It's clearly happening, and it's happening a lot here in Connecticut. So it's like, I guarantee you have not walked through. It's just like when I work at somewhere, I've witnessed people doing things wrong. You know what I mean? Whether I spoke up or not, I witnessed it. It's happened. So if you can't say you went through a perfect career where nobody did anything wrong, I just can't believe that.
I didn't say I went through a perfect career and nobody did anything wrong. What I said was,
you said you never had that situation
I
where
was
you
never
had
in a
to.
situation where someone was doing something that I should have intervened, is what I'm saying. I can give you for instances from other investigations, from other police officers, but I can't speak to that because, again, I was not at the scene. So I can't elaborate. I want to give you my personal experience so that it's authentic, and that you understand. And I agree with you. That's why I prefaced the statement saying, when I walked up to a car, I always said, good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, ma'am. Trooper Moysey, Connecticut State Police. I have you a 74 and a 65. May I see your license, registration, and insurance? Just like that. If you decide, not you personally, but if the person driving the car decides to take that somewhere else, well, then the camera's on, my microphone's on. I'm going to attempt a couple of times to say, just let me have your license and registration. The side of the road is not the place. It's not the courtroom. That's not where we're going to get in an argument out there on the side of the road. It's too dangerous for you and for me.
I'm just saying, in most cases, that's not
that's
you know
why
what I
we're
mean.
here today.
You're just one officer
Okay.
speaking for a whole. You know what I mean. But in that instance, it's not always the case. That's just how we feel.
All right, let me just grab a couple of calls because we got people waiting over 20 minutes to get on here. So let me grab two quick calls, and then I got to bring Senator Formica in here who wants to weigh in on some of this as well. But let me see where I got these folks. Let's go to Fred, who's in Mystic, up first. Fred, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, folks. I like the dialogue. It's very positive. That's important to have dialogue. And, and as far as we're doing this, that's a very positive thing. Not to build my race resume, but I'm a white guy, and my brother, who recently passed away, another white guy, God bless his soul. Our best friends and our anniversary events, going fishing and playing wiffle ball and sports together was predominantly with black friends. So it might be 15, 20 black fellows, and then my brother and I were kind of the jokes. But we understood it was all in humor, it was all fun, right? So my point is, I'm all in with what all the folks on the line are talking about. I haven't necessarily had those experiences directly. Of course, I haven't. I'm not African American, but I do understand from my friends some of the challenges that come with them that don't come with me, right? And but again, like I said, generally we're together and we're engaged in fun, so those topics may not come up as often as they should. So just want to let everyone know who's in the room with you there, Lee, that I'm all in with justice and the concerns that these folks have. I have a colleague in Atlanta, a really wonderful woman, who tells me about things she has to teach her kids about navigating the world that I may not have to do with my kids, right? Except I tell my kids, you see a cop, if you get pulled over, yes sir, you serve him to death, right? Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. My question, and I hope it's not controversial, because it's a good dialogue, is with Black Lives Matter donations. A lot of the donations that go unspent just go straight to politicians. And there's some evidence of that. I think Bernie Sanders, $186 million through Black Lives Matter to, I think it's called Act Blue or Blue Act, which is the financial arm. So I'm all in with Black Lives Matter and the message, but when it becomes a political effort, that's when I get concerned, and that tends to degrade not degrade, but makes me call into question the notion of what all these good people in your radio studio are talking about now. So I don't know if anyone feels like they want to address that. If not, that's fine. But
all right,
it seems to me that there's been a lot of folks in government for a long time who say they're racial injustice. We saw a bunch of folks taking knees the other day. They've been there for a long time. So what I wonder is why has this problem not been at least not solved but diminished?
Fred, thanks for calling. I appreciate it, man. And so I'll let somebody in here try to answer that question.
Well, he stated a lot as far as the funds with the Black Lives Matter movement. Like we said, we've picked that up and we've applied it to what we're doing in our community. But from the research that I've done on Black Lives Matter in general, the donations are going to the communities that need programs. And as far as it being given to politicians, basically what Black Lives Movement is doing is basically investing in somebody who they believe can make the change, investing in somebody who is acknowledging what's going on. So it's like if we have this issue and only one of the candidates is addressing the issue or what we want to see done, we're obviously going to back that person because they have our will and our desires at heart. Just like anybody else who goes to the polls and vote, you vote for who can do the best for you.
Yeah, but you told me you don't have any money.
No, we don't. I'm telling you because he asked about the Black Lives Matter.
Okay, but your
movement.
group doesn't have.
No, and
okay.
that's why I stated that.
Okay.
I stated,
I didn't hear you say that. Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
stated that.
All
And
right.
As far as before we went to break, you asked about the how are we oppressed?
Yeah.
So oppression is prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. So one of the biggest ways that we are oppressed is by the fear of people who don't understand us. And when I say the fear of people who don't understand us, that's referring to stereotypes. Brianna touched on it, the angry Black woman or the Black dangerous man or the rowdy destructive Black child. People believing in those stereotypes and building fear from those stereotypes creates oppression because if you're afraid of somebody, you don't want them in your vicinity, you don't want to hire them, you don't trust them to do certain things. And so what we're here today is try to educate people that, just like not all cops are bad, not all Black people are criminals. Just because we're pro-Black does not mean we're anti-white. It does not mean that we're anti-cop. We just want to be sure that people know that there's injustices happening and that things aren't being approached or taking seriously, not even seriously. It's because it doesn't affect you. We're not going to really do anything about it and we're not going to speak on it.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. First of all, you guys are awesome, and we need your voices out here, so keep talking. What we need, and we talked about today, I think, and what the conversation in this country is about systematic change. And systematic change means how we speak, feel, and think toward each other. But it also includes how people operate policies. And one of the questions that I think should be answered as part of this whole thing is how do a cop in Minneapolis have 18 violations on his record and still be out on the street? We have to question how far the unions can go to protect the people that are a part of their union. And I come from a place where I was first selectman in a resident trooper town. No police force, constables with a resident trooper in charge, which made the first selectman the administrative chief of police. I had no record in that. I had no experience in that. But I learned and watched. And there were bad guys. And one of my first jobs as first selectman in 3 weeks on the job, I had to suspend a 30-year veteran of the force. We have to change systematically from top to bottom. And it begins with conversations like Lee is sponsoring today, like we're all having individually with our folks and family and friends. And that's what's going to change it. But that's something I think we have to watch. And how are the unions? I'm seeing that Governor Cuomo's coming out with a new reform thing, new reform bill. And part of it is opening up the disciplinary opportunities for a visual of what's happening with police officers who do things incorrectly in the community. And I think, you know, sunlight is the best thing we can put on this stuff. Thank you.
All right, guys, I got to take a break. You guys want to stick around till 1? You guys gonna get nothing else to do? Okay, you're gonna say okay, good. We'll do that in just a couple seconds. So I got to take a break and send it back to Hart for those of you guys who are at Hart. Well, I got 2 minutes here. Hold on a second. Let me do this. 860-464-9490 or 631-317-1949. If you guys want to call up, you can. We do have a lot of folks in queue, but we'll get to as many as we can. We'll sweep all the way to the top. Again, Juan Roman is here. We've got Tom Moysey here. Senator Formica is here. A bunch of other folks are here with us in the studio. I will take a quick break. We'll come back in a few minutes. We're going to, up in Hartford, sweep all the way through the bottom of the hour, okay? And we'll come back. No, I'm going to go no Bill O'Reilly in Hartford. I'll let you make the decision. We'll be back. Stick around. All right, so we're going real long today. It's going to be 7 hours, 8 hours by the time we're all done. But we have great guests here in the studio, fantastic folks. And I want to grab a couple of calls. Mike has been waiting for way too long, Mike, so the floor is yours, man. Take us wherever you want to go.
Thanks, no problem. First of all, Lee, great job putting this together.
Thanks, brother.
Absolutely, getting these people in, and it's very informative.
Thank you. By the way, Frank's in here too, just in case you want to say something.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure he'll have something to say at some point, or I'll have some information. But I've been taking notes, and actually, I was going to send you an email the other day and suggest maybe an easel in the office for some like action item type things to put out on your Facebook or whatever. But anyway, let's go to some basic facts. It is a statistical fact that police brutality against the blacks is higher. Okay, we understand that. The tragic death of Floyd is going to basically change some direction on this. Some policies are already being put out in the news. Some different cities are addressing some things that chokeholds and so forth like that. That is a fact. But go back earlier when John called up, and actually Frank touched on this. It's a statistical fact, and you put this out, and the guest that you had on captains around the whole fact that you put out that what it was 75% of the black people in the cities vote Democratic. That is a statistical fact. So if you want to argue that in which way, in fact, your guest said, well, what about Conway West and
it's 89. It's 89%. Just so.
Yeah, right. So okay, so let's take that because I'm a flowchart guy, electronic background, HVAC. So we take that, and I've said this multiple times over the years. What improvement has been made for the black community in the cities? We hear we want this, we want that. We're addressing this injustice to Floyd is going to be addressed all across the board, all across the police department. That doesn't mean there's still going to be some bad apples out there, but the police departments understand. This country just got burned down. Okay, you'd have to be a walking zombie to not understand there needs to be change. But going back to the fact that the black community has been totally, completely suppressed under Democratic rule, that's a fact. That's a statistical fact. The money does not get to the people. The bureaucracy of the Democratic Party and the injustice they have done to the black community in these cities is absolutely, it's abhorrent. Okay, so now, but let's go down a different part of the flow chart. What part of the black community in these cities, what commitment are they going to do to improve the crime rate? Are the single moms going to get their kids out of the gangs and in the illegal possession of the gun? There has to be another part of this equation, and the commitment of the blacks in the cities is just crying injustice. Now I'm going to take it another step that you all might have not heard of, and some of you might have. It's called the broken window theory. I highly recommend the people out there in your studio and out there listening to look that up. And basically what it is they've come to accept the fact that these poverty, depressed areas in these cities is a way of life. It shouldn't be a way of life. It shouldn't be acceptable. And when you have 2, 3, in some cases, probably 4 generations, I've said this over the years, on federal assistance with zero improvement in your quality of life in a safe community, something is wrong. But that 80-something% still pulling that Democratic lever is a psychological, it's basically, you've been programmed. on Gordon's show on Sunday, because I can take this, like I said, I got pages of notes here. I'm going to bring this up on Sunday on Gordon's show from an economic standpoint, which is going to show a differentiation between a couple countries, one country in particular, in this country, and what the justice was done to these kids. But on that note, I don't want to have too many people held up. I'm sure you got a bank of calls. So chew on that stuff for a while, beat it up, and I'll go. But thanks again, Lee. Fantastic job.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. I appreciate your call. You guys want to weigh in on any of that?
All right, so I'm just going to start, and then I'm going to pass it to Brianna over here, because the reason why there's so many different people here is because there's different views and different things that we've studied and touched on. So one part that I want to talk about is how he said, single moms, get your kids out of gangs. Not every black mom is a single mom. This goes along with the oppression of the stereotypes that I stated not too long ago. I'm married. We have a daughter. You know, she's most likely not going to be in a gang. I'm surrounded by mothers who aren't married. But then again, what about this goes back to what about the Caucasian people who have kids doing drugs and selling drugs? So it's like, let's get out of the stereotypes and actually talk about certain things. And as far as illegal guns, there has been men that have been letting the police know that they have registered guns and still being killed for having it in the first place or being shot. And as far as poverty-stricken ways of life, yes, that does need to change, but again, that starts with education, and that's one thing that we're doing in the community. We haven't spoken it here because today we're trying to educate people on what Black Lives Matter stand for, but when we go out in the community, specifically something that I speak on is how we can be better as individuals and people. But the thing is that you guys aren't the audience right now for that. I've talked about voting. I've talked about joining the police force, helping the firefighters, becoming an active member in the community, creating places that children can go. And also I've talked about, you know, having business owners and officials mentor some of these kids with absolutely nothing to do. So it's like, again, I want to get us away from that fear of the stereotypes that's making people feel like this is happening, because it's not necessarily true for everything.
Okay, but 70%, it says here anyway, 70% of the kids are born into fatherless homes, people of color.
And that's the people that do the census. And the thing about statistics, the statistics can always be misconstrued. Not everybody does census. I mean, I did it this year,
okay,
but not everybody does it. And
so what would you say the percentages? Half?
I'm not going to say percentage because I don't have the fact. I'm not going to say
that. You have to say, though, that has something to do.
But I'm going to say when it comes to numbers and certain things, I refuse to speak on something that doesn't have an exact number. Because the thing
is
that
fair. Because you know that there's
no, it is
I
fair.
can't get away with that one.
Why would I falsely educate somebody? I'm considering myself to be an educator and teacher.
Okay, so
I would never want to lead
if
somebody
the numbers
down
are 70% here, and let's give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say it's 50.
Mm-hmm.
That's still a lot. I mean, that's got to be something that you have to think. That's got to be something that's got to be
Are
tackled.
those numbers specifically for African Americans?
It says this is according to what Candace Owen said just the other day.
And
okay, hold on.
But
I did the check on it. She's just saying.
My question is
is
it specifically African Americans?
Is what it says. 70% of black kids are born into fatherless homes.
And you got that from Candace
Well,
Owens,
I mean,
but did you get that from the census? Because she's a person, so it's like, did she say where she got that information from as well?
I agree with the caller and what he said on Democrats and us, representing, thinking that black people, we have to be Democrat. Yeah. Yes, we probably do vote majority Democrat, and he's right about Democrats being the ones who started the oppression, as far the systematic oppression with us. Yes, Bill Clinton was responsible with that, with his Stop and Frisk Act and a lot of things that were laws that were put in place to oppress us. But I just wanted to address the census of 70% of kids are born into fatherless homes of our community. Part of that is systematic oppression. Okay, so if we're not going to recognize that issue, that goes along. It goes hand in hand.
That was from a person.
Or a person.
Well, I'm looking at it right now.
A study.
So okay, but
to mention that, just to mention that, because he said single moms need to get their kids out of gangs. That stereotype right there goes with that. And then you brought up that census to go with it. It's like, okay, yeah, 70%. Somebody did a census that 70% of kids are growing up, African American kids are growing up in fatherless homes.
what does that have to do with anything? You know, it's like you bring that up, but what does that have to do with Black Lives Matter? What does that have to do? Because at the end of the day, we can also bring up a lot of other facts to get to the reason why 70% of, you know what I mean, kids are growing up in fatherless homes. Part of it is because they're incarcerated too. They're being incarcerated for drugs that were, if we want to get more technical, the government put in our communities. You know what I mean? That we could get real technical if we want to keep going along that line. But I think America needs to wake up and understand all of these issues. They need to, you have to really do your research if you're going to combat us with us just talking about Black Lives Matter. That is the main issue in America, is that you figure out a way to discredit us as a race. You know what I mean? Yeah, you cannot fight facts with stereotypes like that. That doesn't go hand in hand.
So the gentleman, he made a lot of good points, but also at the same time, like you said, you know what I mean? Like that was definitely a stereotype that he used, you know what I mean? And you can't fight facts with stereotypes. The fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, a lot of this comes down to, you know, education, right? We wouldn't if we had resources in our communities like you find in other communities, right? You know, they take rec centers out, they take away musical programs, they take away all of this stuff out of a community. So you got our kids who would normally be engaged in football, music, art programs, things like that. They don't have nowhere to go, so then they end up on the street, right? So, you know, when resources are in a community and the community has the resources to keep their kids entertained and keep them off the streets, and then you talk about like jobs in the community, right? So if you got jobs in the community and education, and people don't have the education to get these high-paying jobs, then you end up with parents who end up having to work 2 and 3 jobs. You know what I mean, to provide and put food on the table. So it's a cycle and this wheel of oppression and you know, a system designed for you not to succeed and get ahead, right? And once that wheel is started, and I know that there are a lot of people that have made it out, right? They have made it out. And I understand that a lot of it comes down to personal choice. It does, because there are a lot of people within these communities that have made it out. They have made good choices and they've struggled and fight to get out and make a better living for themselves. And there are some people who are in. But at the end of the day, it's all about education, right? We need to educate. Yes, we need to do more in-house education here amongst our people. But at the same time, that doesn't take away from what we're trying to do today.
Well, no one's trying to take away from the Black Lives Matter. The question was, though, a breakdown of the family has to have a serious negative effect on the community as a whole.
Nobody can dispute that.
Okay, so what's that?
It's not one thing. Yeah, it's not one thing. We all know the impact that having no fathers in the home, what the impact that has, right?
Right.
Nobody can dispute that. Nobody is here. I think all of us can agree.
Of course not.
That affects white people. That affects Asians.
Of course it does.
Can I add something as well too?
So hold on. Like, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, like, not having a nuclear family, like a mother and a father in a home, or 2 parents in the home, right? That does make an impact, right? So we're not disputing that. But the fact of the matter is, like I said, at the end of the day, like Tiara was saying, we're here to educate. And education on all across the spectrum is what's going to help improve everything. You know what I mean? And for a lot of us, for relationships between police and the community, for relationships between blacks and whites, for relationships within the black community. So, you know, education is key. Relationship is key. Communication is key. So these are the things that we need to be pushing. We can't harp on the fact that, you know, they're still doing X, Y, and Z. Well, they're going to continue to do that until we educate them and we show them a different way, a better path. You know what I mean? But people have to have that opportunity.
All right, let me grab a couple of calls because people have been waiting forever. So, and then Frank, if you want to get on the headset to say something before we run out of time. Chris, we only got like a couple of minutes, so you got to go quick.
All right. I want to know, did they intend to have Black Lives Matter involved with major sports? Like, it started in football.
Yep.
And then it went on to NASCAR just the other day.
Mm-hmm. You guys have any plans on... Yeah, okay. His question was whether or not Black Lives Matter is going to get involved in sports like NASCAR or possibly the NFL in some way, shape, or form. I'm not really sure where he was going with that, but
I'm not 100% sure what he's asking, but on the national level of Black Lives Matter, I think what's happening is that people who own these sports businesses are basically just standing in solidarity with us, saying that something's wrong and it needs to be fixed. I don't think it's Black Lives Matter being involved in the activity itself. It's just people making a statement on what they believe.
All right. Anything else? Did you want to say something, Frank? Give Frank a chance to weigh in before time.
Yeah, real quick. First of all, the black family has been broken down way before the Democrat Party. It's been broken down in the 50s when a woman had to be a maid and work from sun up to sundown and not raise her own kids. And the father is a butler or a driver from sun up to sundown and not taking care of their kids. Even now, with the lower education, they're working 2 or 3 jobs. I don't care if it's 4 parents at home. If 4 parents are working 2 or 3 jobs, the kids are going to raise themselves because they're 2 or 3 jobs. And back to the George Floyd thing, I wish the cop was still here. My problem is when it comes to the good cops, they don't speak up. Tamir Rice's murderer is still a cop in another town. He murdered someone before he murdered Tamir Rice. Then he went to that town, murdered him. There are cops who have national situations on TV, get fired, and I'm following them, and they are a cop in another town, in another state. They know what they did. Then you have these Midwest towns where there's no police academy at all. They just become cops. They go to a range and become cops. So it's way deeper than that. That's all I had to say.
All right.
Everybody have a good day.
Let me go to Hartford real quick. I think it's Mark. Mark, good morning or good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm a little inspired and also fired up by the dialogue we're having. I agree with the speaker that you had on. He made one of the comments he made was that the single mothers, we need to have the single mothers need to get our kids out of the game. And I know he meant what he said, and I know he also understands that not all Black women, not all white women, not all women are single mothers. But I get the point, the spirit of what he was saying. So I don't think that there's any need to be defensive about what he said. It's true. The second thing is fatherlessness in America is real. It's the real problem. And one of my many problems, I'm a Black man from the city of Hartford, Connecticut. One of my many problems with the Democratic Party is I don't see an encouragement of family values where you have mother and father raising children, people getting married, raising children. There's a lot to do in the city of Hartford. There are sports programs, and there's a lot of stores up and down Albany Avenue, Blue Hills Avenue, and they'll hire young 14, 15, 16-year-old teenagers and let them work in their stores. But guess what? A Democratic governor shut down the economic economy here, shut down the Connecticut economy. So what does that happen? Now, what? That's a Democratic governor and a Democratic mayor allowed that and are prolonging that. Put these people back to work, and we need to enforce and allow these kids, put religion back in the school. Let the kids say prayer. Let the kids say a pledge of allegiance. As people grow older, we reflect on some of these values that are repeated throughout the grades, the pledge of allegiance, or the prayers and stuff like that. And so now, when you're faced with a moral dilemma about whether or not to choke somebody to death, maybe they'll reflect back and say, "Thou shalt not kill."
Mark, listen, thank you for calling in from Hartford. Don't be a stranger. I got time for one final call, then we're going to be out of time. Leo in Waterford. Leo, how are you?
Good afternoon, Lee. Good. How you doing? Great show today. Hey, I was last week. I signed in on your Facebook page and I immediately called out as a racist for using. I'm not always politically correct. My brother Juan Roman, you still there? Yeah. Salam alaikum, my brother. And maybe I referred to looters and they were destructing property, but I used the term. I said they were like a bunch of wild animals. I didn't call out anybody's race or creed. I didn't really look at their race or creed or whatever they were. But the way they were behaving certainly was antisocial in the very least, right? But what bothers me is two of the individuals that called me out, I know because I had them as students at London High, and really, I was really taken back by that, And then, of course, I had kids come out and defend me and say, you know, that guy's not like that and all that. But my question concerning the Columbus statue in New London is this: if they're worried about something that happened 500 years ago and didn't necessarily occur on continent of the United States. I mean, I get the whole thing. You know, if the guy was bad, he was bad. It's like the cop in Minnesota, bad. You know, we have bad people that are bad. You know, the thing is, it's got to be a process where it's like bringing the water out of a wet towel. Just keep twisting it, and sooner or later we'll get rid of them. It's not going to happen overnight, you know. But I think, I don't know if it's Paul Formica that said, you know, dialogue is very important and a key to solving a lot of these problems. A lot of these.
Like a prom date, been waiting for you just because you said I couldn't leave till you called. But I will say this: I totally agree with the premise of education. I'm hearing that here. I'm hearing that at home. My big thing is the heart, because I can know a lot of stuff. You know, knowledge is one thing. Wisdom is applying the knowledge you have. So you can tell anybody what's right. Because I can't believe you try to tell me that people don't know that racism is wrong. You try to tell me people don't know. You know, and I'm not saying you. I'm just saying it's incredible that people are acting like now. Just, well, I mean, this whole thing is so frustrating to me. And as I said, if it wasn't for the fact, after 20 years of probation, living as a black man in America, if it wasn't for my faith, I'd walk around with a gun all the time and I'd be angry all the time. I would say this: yeah, get educated. Know who Jesus Christ is, because the rest of this stuff may never change, folks, unfortunately.
We got to go, guys. Listen, I can't thank Coach. Thank you very much for calling. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much, all of you in the studio. I can't thank you enough for coming on. Anything we can do, let me know. I appreciate it. Everybody who came in here, it would take me too long to announce all the names, but special thanks to Paul Kramm. Again, thank you very much, Senator Formica, for coming on. And again, everybody who weighed in and helped out. And I'll try to catch up on all the emails and the Facebook posts. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be safe. We'll do it all over again bright and early on Monday morning. Till then, I'll see you.